Hello everybody and welcome to the WardiTV Summer Bash Playoffs. As we have ourselves a whole bunch of action today. 6 best of 5 to get through. I'm going to be starting off with some PvP, moving into some other matchups in the near future as well. And I think getting both the mirrors out of the way early. And then going from there. Alright, we're all set up. Players are vetoed. Game has begun. Let's go into it. Thanks for a little bit of a moment or so where we did delay the countdown a little bit just at the start. Just had something come up, trying to sort out with the players, but we got it there. And we're now ready to begin casting some Starcraft 2. As we have, to the bottom right-hand side, the blue Protoss player. This is DNS. Came second in his group, actually, and we'll see if that second place gives him some love and momentum. It does give him a server advantage here, going up against his opponent in the top left-hand side. Classic. DNS second place above ByuN. He had honestly a good group. He lost to Skillers. He beat ByuN 2-0. Lost to Scarlet 1-2 and then beat DRG 2-0. So actually a very good group from DNS. And netted himself second place. Skillers in first there and ByuN in third. DNS's path here is going to be PvP focused with a winner of this matchup here playing against Creator later today. That series will come up straight after this one, in fact. So that's going to be how things get settled. That's how things are going to be looking in these early stages. As we look to see what our players want to try and do in the first couple of moments. There's already a probe here from Classic just scouting around to the other side, so already seeing a little bit of that on the way and getting established. No real surprises in that regard at the very least, I have to say. Obviously just getting some scouting early in the PvP makes a lot of sense. Getting a few nibbles off in the pro. Both players went double gateway, which obviously should not be a surprise either. That should be very much so the expectation here in the early stages. As our probe ends up evacuating from the main, so just pulling out there. It's actually going to be Stargate from both players, so we're actually going to see a mirrored opening. Always funky when you see Stargate versus Stargate, because it could always lead to that Phoenix versus Phoenix battle. That's always something of a possibility in these situations, so we'll see how this goes about. Those couple Stalkers are really trying to get rid of that Island. They will get rid of it, freeze up the position to take the Nexus. Expansion starts from Classic a little bit earlier than DNS, who has the money, just didn't have the probe on the low ground. So a few seconds advantage gained there by Classic. A little bit cleaner on the build and the timings and positionings. And then we're heading into that Stargate, immediately a battery from DNS, so he's going to have that just a few moments earlier while his opponent starts the Oracle. And Classic will be met with an Oracle of DNS as well, so we're going to be seeing Oracle versus Oracle. Always interesting, because obviously if one Oracle gets around and does damage, it's going to net you a pretty big advantage. If one Oracle, just doesn't get seen, it can basically somewhat decide the game a little bit. And our probes keep on moving around. Oracles number 2 on the way for both players. With 2 Oracles each, we might completely bypass Phoenix versus Phoenix. There's a possibility we see, we send one single Phoenix out. But I think the main reality here is that this is just going to be tech choices behind the Oracles. One Phoenix to maybe push back your opponent's Oracles, but yeah, this is never going to be mass Phoenix at this stage, as the Twilight Council does start on both sides of the map, so we get that underway. Oracle activates, couple probes going down already, 2, 3, 4. That's already lovely for Classic, because that's damage, which I'm not sure if DNS is going to find himself. His Oracle turned around with 0 kills, so a little bit of lack of bad positioning there, and it is going to be DNS paying the price. Suddenly it's a 5-worker difference in what has been a mirrored game, and DNS is the one who is just going to be down and hurting, and unfortunately now has to play something of a catch-up to try and step back into this, but it's going to be difficult if Classic continues to defend well. Well, there's an opportunity, though. He actually does get in with the Oracles. A little bit missed. Target fire only gets 4 probes. Arguably could have had maybe 5. Two Oracles, the Phoenix moving around still. Man, I mean, if there's one player that doesn't want to lose more workers, it's DNS. He is going to kill both the Oracles, though. So yeah, he gets rid of both the Oracles, which is nice, because now there's less map control from his opponent. That's something that could obviously come into play a bit further down the line. He's still going to have stasis wards he can utilize, for example. So there is a little bit of a benefit there, despite having had that worker deficit throughout the game thus far. Two Oracles and the Phoenix move back up to the top. Just going to get up to the top there. Blink on the way. Robotics facility building as well. Stalkers. I'm just going to move forwards, and of course with the Oracles pulling back a little bit, and that's just going to give a little space to Classic here on the map. Stalkers and the Phoenix gather together, and there's that Nexus going down. And I'm just going to see our gateway coming up on both sides, so extra gates, that blink coming through. Biggest difference, I think, here is the Robo facility is available already on the side of Classic, so that's just something which he's been able to afford off of that additional income by not losing as many workers in the early stages. So now you've got that Robo facility on your side, you can start to use that to your advantage. Work counts though have evened out. Third Nexus time is not too far apart. This is still very much so anybody's game. Yes, Classic has netted himself a slight advantage early, but it's a long way from the finishing line still. Well, Blink's going to be finishing. Nexus on both sides. The Forge coming up on the side of Classic. The Robo facility coming up from DNS. And we get those blinks completed, and that is going to give Classic the chance to blink around a little bit. The charge on the way up here from Classic as well, so we got that charge going. The Immortal on the way. Two more probes, Nexus and the Forge being added in from Classic as well. There's an additional gateway also on the way up. And DNS is going to wander across to the upper left-hand side of the map here, where Stalkers are going to be able to start firing up a little bit of a storm. First Stalkers going to start going up against each other there. +1 charge going to continue to come through. Stalkers will chase those Oracles down the left-hand side. Those Oracles get pushed away now as, again, charge on the +1 is still on the way through. Now Immortal about to finish. 3 more gateways and 3 more probies coming up as well. There's a Dark Shrine actually going down from Classic, so he pops that down into the main base. Gateways, a building from both sides, charge coming up. Still got that +1 coming through from both. There's the Prism popping out from Classic here as well. Gonna get that on the way. And yeah, there's our Stalkers, the Immortal moving about, 4th base coming online here from Classic as well in the near future, so just getting that up and running as our Stalkers continue to gather together. And this game does settle itself down. What's up, Cranky Ducklins? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. And thank you to the Cranky Ducklins who did cover one of the groups of this event for us over the weekend while I was away. Hope you guys had a great time with that. Thank you so much. We are on our very first game of the day here. We've got 6 best-of-5s coming up. This is map 1 of Series 1. And everything today is live, by the way, guys. You know, sometimes everyone's like, oh, Wardy sometimes casts 1 series out of 7 from replays. Ah! Today, everything is live, so live all the way through. Hoping for some fun, as we do have our charge about to finish up on the side of DNS. Classic is set up for the Prism and a couple of DTs. They're going to be the real kind of question mark of how well can DNS kind of set up here, because if these DTs can do a lot, that's going to be painful. Tell you what though, an Observer's popping out at pretty much the right time to deal with the DT on the natural. That gives them the heads up for the DTs elsewhere as well. That could be very big. The DT on the natural has been denied. DT in the 3rd base does get in, managing to move straight through here and taking position almost immediately. So that DT is going to get a few workers, is actually escaping away currently, going to find a few more workers over here. This is definitely nice for Classic, 7 workers. But the DTs will get shut down. They're not going to continue to run about, you know, crazy or anything. It's just the little things that keep adding up in Classic's favor, because now he's starting +2 attack, where DNS is not. And like I say, these are the things that are going to add up a little bit over time that DNS is not necessarily going to be able to keep up with in the game. so that can be a problem, depending on how things continue to develop. Hey Fireball, thank you very much for the 56-month resub on the Prime. Keep pushing out this great content. Hell yeah, we will try to. Thank you for supporting the event. There's our Stalkers heading up the right side, some units heading around the bottom left. Well, Stasis is going to catch, and DNS is going to go. Find himself a little bit of a start on this base trade scenario. Stasis wards are really fun here because they absolutely can catch a bunch of units. So actually great pops on the Stasis wards. One zealot on the right, one zealot on the left. Great deal there, as obviously DNS has got the leg up on kind of starting this trade. He already killed the 4th base. He's chasing down probes. If he realizes that this might not be a fully fledged, if he realizes this is going to potentially be a fully fledged base trade, is his army better? I mean, he's got the mobility of the Stalkers, but he doesn't have the firepower of the tech units. I did like that he was chasing those probes down, but 3 of them have gotten away, and he decides not to chase any further. He's just going to go focus on clearing up his opponent, as DNS has money himself. Some probes elsewhere. He's got, I mean, both players have a lot of money to spend, so that's why it was maybe nice to chase the probes of Classic down, because you could have stopped structures coming out on this side of the map. Classic's army is bigger, and Classic's army is absolutely the kind of army which is just going to win a straight-up fight, which is, again, why I feel like it would have been nice if DNS could have denied those probes, because by denying those probes, he could have gained a lot. He's going to lose his +2 attacks, so he will never get benefit from that. Temple Archive's being target fired. I'm sure the Dark Shrine will not last long either. DNS supply blocked, so he will not get to build. Off of the Dark Shrine would have been a nice cancel here if he was still paying attention back at home, but he isn't. As Classic actually has split his army and is already finding, well, actually, that's all 4 of the remaining probes of DNS, so he's going to have himself an elimination on his hands very soon, because he's not going to be able to use his money to spend. Oh, Classic's kind of letting them get away for the moment. The probes, one of them has escaped down to the south and into the center. That is the, I actually don't know, no, it's dead. Okay, so DNS can't build anything. He's just going to die. He just cannot save these structures. There's no way. He's going to try and blink downwards and force the army to maybe come across, but I think Classic's got to realize, I mean, at least leave a couple of zealots on those structures, Classic. You have no reason to do anything but. At the same time, Classic doesn't necessarily need to hold this base in particular. Does he have a probe on the high ground? One of them is down here. Yeah, he has a probe on the high ground. He can put an expansion up here instead. But DNS is going to be eliminated long before that ever comes into play. This is GG on this pylon. Nope. What we got? One pylon here. This is the only pylon we've got, okay. The stasis wards are going to buy him a few moments, but he's still going to have to deal with those odds at some point. That's not realistic as kind of a long-term solution. As those zealots get free, they will go and kill the pylon off. I mean, cool idea from DNS, but yeah, he just doesn't have quite enough in the end. This was a game where Classic absolutely was taking advantage after advantage, and turns out that this is going to be enough advantages to win out the base trade. Again, initially I thought DNS had a bit of a kind of leg up on the base trade, was a little bit ahead of it, a little bit faster to move out as well, but the problem is being a little bit faster to move out and all, it's nice, but it doesn't make up for everything. If you're behind in a lot of other ways, you will then continue to see problems, and I think that's very much so what happens here. And DNS just gets a little bit overwhelmed as we head to Amphion for map number 2. Gonna keep the games rolling here today for you guys. Nice thing about best of 5s is we don't have to do as much kind of hopping around between series. We can really get in game, stay in game, and just go from there. So let's get this up and running as we get ready to go. DNS says ready. Looks as though Classic's going to say ready as well. Let me dive into our second game of this PvP best of 5. As Classic takes a 1-0 lead over DNS. Our full lineup for today will be DNS versus Classic. The winner plays against Creator. Then Oliveira versus ByuN in the round of 12. Winner of that plays Rogue in the round of 8. Later on today, we'll have Nightmare versus Lambo. Then MaxPax versus Spirit. That's our full order of matches. 6 best of 5s. Anything not played today ends up played tomorrow, with Skillet and Trap in the bottom side round of 8s, and then obviously semi-finals and grand finals all play out, not tomorrow, sorry, but on Thursday. Going to be the final day of this WardiTV Summer Bash event that we've been running over the last few weeks. This is going to be pretty much the last thing we run out. Well, we actually have TLMC coming up next week, so Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament coming up next week is going to be fun. But, alrighty. Well, in the bottom left, our blue pros player here is Classic. At top left. Our red Protoss player is going to be DNS. Matched up with his opponent in a lot of ways. Matched up with his opponent in a lot of ways. But just a little bit behind in a lot of ways as well. Let's see if DNS can pull it back then, going into this game. As we have a probe chasing a probe early. Moving around over there a little bit. Nibbles, but nothing too crazy. Anyway, down on the low ground on that ramp. And of course, this is a map with a ramp, so you will see 1-gate expansion is likely going to be possible here. Side core coming through, probes coming to bounce. This probe going to come back down to the low ground. Probe just patrolling away a little. Stargate will start from both, so we're going to see a safe expansion. Neither player is going to try and rush into it without a tech structure to help them along the way. Max is coming down again, just going to be seeing that Stargate coming up, another Stargate coming in. Panel coming up both sides as well. Bring this all by. As our Zealot and Adept continue to make their way up towards the top. Adept continues to move about. Just going to hit that Zealot. I'm just going to knock that down, as we do see the Adept Shade will free it from the Phoenix Lift. And out in towards the main base it goes to try and find a little bit of damage here. So that Adept will fall. Well, Phoenix being made, and we are going to see second Stargate. So this time we truly are going to get Stargate versus Stargate. Phoenix versus Phoenix will be on the way up. So we get all of that settled down. And those Phoenix coming up. Stargates are on the way in. Assimilator will build from Classic. Just going to be seeing that Assimilator about to finish up here on the natural, and that means that we're going to have 4 gases a little bit faster than DNS does. So there might be a little bit of a gas difference on this one. Maybe something for us to watch out for. Obviously, Phoenix numbers just grow for the moment. Classic's already ahead by a Phoenix, though. It's just a slight difference. It's like half a Phoenix build time, but again, those are the little things that kind of add up over the course of time. And that's the sort of thing that makes a big difference in the end, and the exact sort of thing that kind of had an impact in that last game. Right? Lots of little things adding up. Now, Classic is faster at the Fleet Beacon, too. They're going to go for that Phoenix range very quickly. Phoenix will continue to come around that mothership. Mothership, the fleet beacon. As I called it, the mothership core. You know, I actually used to do this with. What was it? I actually don't know if I used to do with. I think I used to do with mothership core and fleet beacon back in the day. And then shield batteries came about, and shield batteries and fleet beacons got confused in my mind. I don't know what that. Yeah, that's kind of wild, actually. The mothership core. My brain just took a dive into the past, apparently, for a second there. But yeah, fleet beacon coming up from DNS, but it will be later, so there's going to be a timing window here where Classic has that Phoenix range and his opponent does not. And I shouldn't need to spell out what that means. Problems if you end up in a fight. Phoenix will set up. Just going to get one Phoenix going down already. Now Phoenix continue to come about. Next is coming in. A couple of assimilators finishing from Classic on the third base already. There's that Phoenix range. DNS needs to not be fighting right now, because if he gets caught in the wrong fight from too far away, he's in trouble. And Classic kind of knows it as well. Hence the chase down that's happening right here. There's a bunch of DNS Phoenix that are kind of low already too. Could be maybe a little bit impactful depending on the kind of fight that happens. DNS is just going to run. But the problem is you can't run forever. So he is going to get caught, and a few free shots. Now, Classic, it's interesting because he's trying to stay out of reach. Otherwise, it doesn't matter, and this is the case where actually the range difference was not there anymore because DNS closed the distance. I'm kind of surprised DNS backed away. I thought that was an okay fight for him once he actually had the turnaround. Yeah, I feel like this is okay for DNS. He's actually had good target fire. He's taken down Singular Phoenix. I think this is a much better fight for DNS than it is for Classic. I'm surprised DNS backed away from that multiple times over. He was also the one to have reinforced more recently, so yeah, I'm surprised DNS was so reluctant to kind of commit to that fight previously. He wins it 5-2 Phoenix. Unless he just didn't think he would be in range of the further back Phoenix once he killed a couple in the front lines. I guess that's a realistically decent way to kind of maybe find a problem in that. Well, Phoenix continued downwards from DNS down to the bottom left. A couple more shots coming out. Actually going to get back onto the Phoenix again. Classic. Really, it just did not benefit at all from that faster range, and now he's just getting camped out here. New battery just finished up at least, but is that enough to overpower these few Phoenix? Super battery will, and that will hold him alive for the moment, but not ideal. Now, he is taking a faster fourth base. He is starting up an additional Stargate in a couple of minutes. Maybe you have a way to start playing catch-up on the Phoenix, but until that happens, you're in trouble, and you're going to keep losing Phoenix because DNS knows he's in a position where he can come forward and bully his opponent, and that's just going to be good enough. You lose the Phoenix fight, usually you lose the game, and in this case, it's going to come pretty quickly after that Phoenix fight as well, because Classic cannot stabilize in this one, and we are going to get 1-1 tied up into Game 3 on Golden Aura for this series. So DNS brings it back and make a fight out of this series. Not going to let this one be a wash, which I think a few people might have thought that DNS was a pretty hefty underdog against Classic. I don't think that's an unfair assumption. I think DNS is less likely to beat Classic than Classic is to kind of beat DNS. But let's see what happens as we go into game number 3, because DNS is now tied it up with the Phoenix. And Golden Aura, a big map. Maybe we could see something macro Phoenix Stargate focused again. Let's find out. As ready and go are called, so we can click. Ooh, I just saw Indy coming in. Let's give him an invite, see if he wants to be here. Let's see if Indy's joining us. Cool. Alright, so we are going to get into game number 3 of this right now. Let's go for the betting pills. I can put a prediction up for the rest of the series, because it's 1-1. I can give you guys a couple minutes to bet. And just please remind me between series, and I will put a new one up as well. Alright, let's go into game number 3. It's all tied up 1-1 in our first best of 5 of the day. In the top left-hand corner, our blue Protoss is Classic from Twisted Minds, taking on the red Protoss in the bottom right corner, DNS. Alrighty, so game number 3 is starting out over here. on Golden Aura as we get this setup to go again. Winner of this plays Creator in the round of 8 today. In the WardiTV Summer Bash. Again, final day of this will happen on Thursday, guys. Tuesdays and Thursdays are the kind of days which we can free up at the moment, and that's what we've been able to do for this event. So Tuesdays and Thursdays, we've been having these matches going on. We'll wrap up this Thursday across the weekend. It's World Team League. Next week we'll have Team Liquid Map Contest tournament action. Should be a lot of fun as well. Couple gates coming up on both sides. We continue to bring that through. Yo, what's up, Artie? Thank you so much for the £10 donation. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing great. And Korish coming in with the fresh Prime sub. Thank you so much as well. Also appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As a Cybercore comes up on both sides. Thank you, support guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Going to be seeing our panel going down. A couple of Adepts and Stalkers still coming up as well. We continue to bring that through. A couple of Stalkers still on the way out. The Stargate will begin as well and get that all underway. You can see our probe's still moving about a little bit. Nexus coming through. Gonna see a little bit of what's going on. Again, the warp gate coming up. Nexus building. Stargate's finishing. And we will have ourselves an expansion-based play with Stargates again, but likely just going to see Oracle versus Oracle like we saw in that game 1. As it gets up, picks off a probe, gets away with the Adepts, which are being chased by Stalkers. And that's the difference so far. 2 Stalkers, no further gateway units versus 4 Adepts. Looks as though DNS will not build anything else until Warp Gate is done, as we'll come back up here, kill off this probe. Yeah, it's a little scary, because obviously you've not built gateway units in a while. You've only got these 2 Stalkers, and a few Adepts can definitely get a lot done if you ain't careful. Those 2 Stalkers will go shooting at the Adepts for a moment there. A couple of Adepts still coming across, shading through. Those Stalkers, like I say, this is where it gets a little scary, but I guess we have the support of the Oracle, which obviously the Adepts can't do anything about. However, the Stalkers are not in position to do anything about this Oracle. Battery is going to get drained here if the Oracle activates. It could stasis ward. And the probes for a moment kind of believe that they might do something about it. I'm just going to lose 4 probes in that stasis, which is a shame because obviously you saw it in plenty of time. There's only needed to be 1 probe getting caught. That's a little bit of miscontrol there from DNS. Not as good as it maybe could have been. As the Oracle activates and continues to come in. Adept still taking damage. 2 probes down so far. A couple of extra probes continue to come about. And this all underway. As those extra probes coming through again. Phoenix and the Stalkers coming up as well. Getting ourselves truly established for the moment. Well, Phoenix will be gathering up. Twilight Council is coming through. A couple more probies coming about as well. There's Phoenix and the Oracle coming back down to the bottom side again. The Twilight Council, the Gateway coming up. More probes coming through. Robo Facility going to start up as well. As we do see the Phoenix is going to decide to go for a lift on the Stalker here. So Classic going to try and send this, but it's not going to do much. We do get 4 probes out of it. Finishes off the Phoenix. And that Robo Facility continuing by as well now. And we get that blink starting up from DNS, and this is where the game's going to diverge a little bit too, because this is going to start being now Blink versus Robo. So we have no Blink on the side of Classic. He's going to play that more sturdy kind of defensive composition of Immortals. It's not necessarily only defensive, but it is more kind of slow moving. It generally, again, it holds onto positions well, and when it pushes, it can be deadly. It's just, it doesn't have that kind of power to get across the map as easily as Blink Stalkers do. So, like I say, I typically say it's defensive, but it can pack a punch on the offense as well. It's just getting into position, which is a struggle. I guess I should say it's more of a slow-moving composition. And, yeah, we'll see if that slow-movingness is going to kind of have an impact here at all. Well, that's something we can just kind of continue through against as Mortal comes up, and Nexus takes position. A couple more probes coming about as well. And continues to come in as you just have our units continue to gather up as well. So getting that on the way, getting that all set here. Phoenix still on the move, and as we continue to come about, just going to be seeing ourselves a again, Blink about to finish, so we will have that on our side here as DNS as well. That mobility is now accessible. We can now utilize this. Try and see what we can do with it. I'm just going to come through. They're going to get a few probes pretty quickly as well. 7, 8 workers. Nice for these Phoenix. At this point in the game, to come in and get like 8 workers is kind of huge. It's really nice. I can't do much of the front. Those two walls are pretty strong. We've seen our Immortal just going to come through there, a little lift, and that Stalker goes down as well. Classic definitely get the better end of these trades so far. And +1 charge coming through, the extra gates all coming up. And getting ourselves that +2 attack coming up, that charge still coming in as well. +2 attack, charge coming up. Obviously Classic is going to have himself now starting to be a much stronger army, especially with that charge and that ability to have a little bit more movement in the force as well. So that's definitely going to be an interesting kind of addition to his army compared to what we've been seeing thus far. Let's see how Phoenix coming through, but actually going to lag a little bit there a couple times. Gonna lose Saber, unfortunately. Looks as though it might have been him, because it looks to be kind of just fine straight away from that. Get back on track. Get ready to resume. Alright, so back to it we go. And Seldin, I'm gonna have +2 attack, about to finish from Classics. He's gonna have that upgrade lead as well. However, he would be attacking into stasis wards here, which make it a little bit difficult to really justify a lot of the commitment he might typically want to go for. So, I just have to be a little bit slow and steady about this one for a few moments. Stasis ward will catch one Archon in the front. Like I say, the thing is as well, this map, Golden Ore, is actually very good for being a defensive map. It is just so good at kind of holding on and keeping you in good positions. Your opponent has to push through those choke points, etc. It's just difficult to attack in here, so I can only imagine that that's going to be a factor as well. He's still setting up out the front. Let's do attack. Closing in on being done. Just a couple, as we do have... I mean, again, that stasis ward really helping out. The Zealots of DNS come charging forwards. He's still without that +2 attack upgrade, though. Super Battery has activated for him. Does he have enough? It just doesn't seem like it, honestly, right? It just doesn't seem like this is enough at all. Seems that we are going to get a little bit stuck in the end. Stalker's going to still try and come forwards here. Just going to be seeing another lift from a Stalker as well. More shots coming about. Classic just has too much. This was somewhat a long time coming, I feel like, unfortunately for DNS. Just couldn't really ever get 2 feet down in this game. As Classic, again, it's just those early edges, right? He's just taking little advantages early on, and he's running with them. Absolutely making the most of it, and putting himself in some very good positions. Alright, let's go into game number 4. It's going to be on Ghost River, an aggressive, kind of smaller map to try and wrap us up here. And see who potentially, see if Classic potentially just moves straight on through to go up against Creator. So get this underway, make myself a referee, get ready to start up. Players in position, double check the races. Cool. And we can start. Alright guys, game number 4 of this best of 5. Classic takes the 2-1 lead, looking to move on to play against Creator in the quarterfinals today. Heading into this in just a moment as the countdown is done, the loading screen is up. We are readying ourselves for this one. Ghost River coming on through. In the top left-hand side, we're going to start things off with the red Protoss player who needs to win this to stay alive in the tournament. This is DNS. Taking on the blue Protoss in the top right corner of the map, we're going to have ourselves Classic. Up 2-1, one map win for him, sends him through to play against Creator in that next round. Exciting times as we get settled in for game number 4. And DNS turning it around again. I mean, he went out on that very aggressive kind of Phoenix on Phoenix game. What else can he get done here to get this set up? Probe comes over, just gonna get nibbled a little bit. See this probe on a little bit of a scoot about. Obviously, again, information is super critical in PvP. The matchup of mirrors is obviously, you know, really important to see what your opponent's up to. Try and minimize the volatility of the matchup and the variance based on what you both try and get done. And a couple gateways continue by. Trying to see where we might get up to as we have this pylon taking a few shots of damage, so a couple of hits coming off right there. Stargate still on the way out. Stalker popping in a moment, and it is going to be again just classic on a little bit of a faster Stargate. His Oracle already popping up, and DNS delayed on the expansion as well because of this block. So again, the early game is already just ever so slightly trending towards classic, I would say here. Those slight advantages early. It's kind of been the story of this series, honestly. Again, it's not been big differences between these two players. Just being classic has been able to capitalize on the little things a lot more easily than his opponent has. DNS actually has to recall back here in position for the Oracle, and we will be in position as this Oracle flies in and the Stalkers get one volley off. That will be a classic quick to turn it around. Protects the Oracle right now. It costs you a cooldown though as a DNS, right? That is recall now on cooldown. It cost you a little bit. That did not come freely or easily at all as well. One Oracle still chilling up on the top side. Oracle's activate, a couple of probes getting knocked down, 4 workers, 5 workers. Phoenix coming through. And we actually will get rid of one of the Oracles, but DNS has taken a lot of economic damage early. Obviously that is not pretty. That's going to keep you in a very tough spot. Gonna make things difficult for you, to say the least. Oracle still flying about there. The Phoenix still nearby as well. Would love to get involved and join in where possible. So the Stasis Ward coming up for the moment here. Again, the Phoenix and the Oracle just continue to move away for now. Pulling it back over this side. Oracle is going to activate a Stasis Ward. Let's catch one probe in that. And we do have ourselves the Phoenix going in after the Oracle and able to kind of make a little bit of a chase on that as well. A little bit more action going in over in that direction. We do have our Mortar coming through. That robot facility still building as well. Well, this Phoenix is still overhead. A couple of Stasis Wards out the front, keeping an eye on things as well. Again, that blink and that robot facility still coming online. We continue to get that on the go here. Bring that through. Tagged, thank you so much for the 50-month resub. The smallest number that can be written as the sum of two non-zero square numbers in two distinct ways. 1 squared plus 7 squared is 5 squared and 5 squared. It's also the sum of the squares of the smallest Pythagorean triple. 3 squared, 4 squared, 5 squared, and the sum of the squares of the divisors of 6. Yeah. It's also the sum of the number of phases that make up the platonic solids. 50's wild, man. Who knew 50 was so cool? Crazy. Thank you so much for the 50 months, mate. That's incredible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Going to be seeing a fight here as Classic actually gets aggressive on the other side. DNS's Immortal survives quite a long time. Long enough as this Phoenix were trying to lift in the sky to take some of the DPS out of this, take down some of those Stalkers, but I don't actually think it is long enough at all, as those Phoenix are going to lift once again. Just doesn't have enough at all. Classic is going to just wipe the floor of DNS. Early damage done again by the Oracles. Those early games were just not tight enough from DNS. It's kind of as plain and as simple as that. I think that's what this comes down to through and through here. And Classic is going to capitalize and take full advantage. GG's. Alrighty guys, that is going to be it for our first series of the day. And to keep on schedule, we're going to switch on over to that Korean server and get ready to go straight into Classic versus Creator. So, gonna get that ready to rumble, get on over to the Korean server here, and get going for more action. So we'll get that up and rolling in just a moment. We'll take a quick break actually, and come back when we return with, like I say, some more SC2. So I'll see you guys in just a few moments. Come back with Classic vs. Creator. It's another PvP, guys, but it's our final PvP of the day. So take some love from that, I suppose. I'll take some calming kind of feelings from that. I know everyone loves the PvP. But yeah, we're going to swap on over to Korea and get that ready to go. So we'll be back in just a few as more Starcraft 2 is on the way up in the form of Classic vs. Creator. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back, guys. Thank you for the little break as we get ready to go into our first quarterfinal match. So we're just going to do round 12 straight into the quarterfinal for this section, because that just means the Classic can play back-to-back series. Doesn't have to show up at the second time or whatever, unless he gets through to the semis. And then we're going to do the same thing for the next set of games, which is ByuN versus Oliveira, Winner versus Rogue. And then we will just finish off the round of 12 today, which will be Nightmare versus Lambo and MaxPax versus Spirit. The winners of those round of 12s will play their round of 8s on Thursday, the next play day for this event. Do you just want to take a moment to do a little sellout? If you guys are enjoying the stream, enjoying the tournament, you guys should check out the opportunity to subscribe to the channel and just support in general, because this is a WardiTV tournament, and without you guys supporting the channel, Patreon, etc., we cannot do these events. These events are run by the subscriber money and, you know, all the donations and stuff that we get, etc. So, if you are enjoying the stream, if you're enjoying the competition, do consider using your Prime on the channel. Is obviously very good to do. Even if you can't afford to do anything with money, you can follow for free. If you're on the YouTube channel right now, you can click that subscribe button. You can like the video, see more people finding the stream as well. And obviously, if you do want to support with money, you've got all the options from... subscribing regularly, gifting subs, donating, cheering, etc. All goes a long way and all helps us to keep on running more of these Starcraft 2 tournaments. We have big plans coming in after the eSports World Cup to get some more action for you guys, so hoping to do that later in the year. Obviously, just have to get past the eSports World Cup first, which is going to be taking a lot of the attention and stuff from the players. So that'll be a factor for a little while. But yeah, after eSports World Cup, the schedule kind of frees up a little bit for once, which is kind of neat, so it'll be kind of cool to see how that goes. Bum, 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 bum. Just remind me, I'm probably meant to reply to an email. Alright, we're just waiting for Creator. He's BRB a moment. Once he is back, we'll get ourselves headfirst into this, guys. So we'll get that ready to go, go, go. Kick off into most games. Side Delta, Oceanborn, Crimson Court, and Alcyone is the order of matches coming up. So I'll be into this in just a few. Get this ready to go. Alright, guys, so yeah, sorry, we're having a miscommunication between casters. Just trying to get that figured out. Alright, we're good. Alright, players were both ready. Let's do it. I think Classical will still be ready as well. Alright, let's kick this off and get this going. And let's get back into some more StarCraft 2 action here today with the WardiTV Summer Bash Playoffs Day 1. As we dive headfirst into Golden Aura to start us out here. I don't know why I'm doing some funny voices accidentally. Just accidentally hitting some wrong vowels in my words. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, let's dive into game number 1. Fresh best of 5. It is still PvP, mind you. Let's see what this PvP gives us as we have in the bottom right side. The blue Protoss player, we have Classic. Taking on, in the top left, the red Protoss player, Creator, our new challenger from Blacklist Entertainment. We'll see how he does going up against Classic, who looked pretty on point, especially early game-wise against DNS. So definitely see how this early game is looking, see if it's sharp and crisp, because I feel like that's what's going to need to happen for him to kind of get through these early stages. See what comes about in this opening game. Probe heading back to the upper left-hand side initially. He's just going to be moving across there and going to go scouting around for the early stages. So, a little probe scout, get set up, try and see what's up, see what's happening. It's going to be a single gate from Classic. I wonder if he's going to try and mix in some one-gate expands, because it is something that Classic has done a little bit when we've seen him play in other competitions lately. So, it's a possibility for something we could see him do here as well. So, we'll see. We will see. Probe chasing probe. That Cybercore coming up. The gateway already building for gun number 2 from Creator. And it does obviously feel as though here Classic is going to absolutely stick to the beautiful world of single gate expanding. Or sometimes you can obviously single gate into the Stargate expand as well. There are options as to how you approach it. Probe still chasing the other probe around. And of course scouting, especially when you're on the one gate, it's going to be very important to scout properly and to see what's coming your way, to see what the investments are being made off from your opponent, because you can't mess up, right? In these situations, you've got to be absolutely on point, otherwise everything's going to come crashing down around you. So definitely something to watch out for. As they just settle down here. Currently, again, we'll get on the way. The sentry's on the way out. It's going to be seeing that probe still patrolling around. A couple of shots are just clearing up this pylon here, so not the biggest of deals. Nothing too major just yet. Gonna have a Stalker Sentry probe continue to nibble at that pylon. It's just continuing to look to take that down wherever possible. Open that up a little bit. And again, have ourselves the 2 sentries in the store just working their way through this blockage. So Cybercore to just slow it down as much as possible. One of the best ways you can slow this down. And trying to make the most of that absolutely at the moment. Hallucination comes scouting through, so that's just going to come for a little bit of an adventure as well. Also trying to see a little bit of just what it is that's currently ongoing. And just seeing that probe coming up, blink coming through, the Stalker on the way. Little bits and pieces coming by for the moment. As again, Blink's going to be the option from both players, in fact, so that will come through. Next is about to finish up. Doc's trying already building from Classic, going to give him some more options on the map with the DTs, and could obviously be very interesting. It's always a risk if you're playing Blink on Blink and you get too carried away without the Robo facility. Your opponent can sneak down that Dark Shrine and kind of sell you on the idea that it's just normal continued Stalker production. You just don't have detection available when the DTs show up. And we're getting to the point where Creator needs to start building a Robo soon, Otherwise, these DTs are going to do deadly amounts of damage. Now, the only benefit at the moment, I would say, is that there's not a probe on the map. There's one probe trying to go on the map, but that gets found. Classic builds a pylon here. I like that because I do think that probe actually wanted to get across the map to build a proxy pylon, but this makes it look as though he was just trying to set up kind of vision around the edges of his base. May make Creator a little bit less suspicious, although Robo going down anyways now. Again, without a proxy pylon across the map, DT's going to have to warp in at home. It's much less likely the DTs are going to be significant before the Robo facility finishes up, gets an observer out, and starts the defense. At least the Robo will be much closer to getting an observer out when the DTs hit on this game. As we even start to build the DTs, as we will go into the main base here as Creator. Classic will blink in to chase. We're just going to have to recall. This was not the prettiest of commitments, but we only lost one Stalker from it, so could have gone a whole lot worse. It was honestly not so bad in the end. Pretty chill, all said and done. Let's charge a couple probes, Robo facility, and the Forge, all continuing through. The Forge finishes up from Creator as well. And hey, Parabytes, thank you so much for the 64-month resub. Hope you're doing great. Hello, right back at you. Thanks for joining us today for some StarCraft action as Stalkers, Sentries, and the Zealot coming back around the left again. Immortal and the +1 coming through. The Nexus is about to finish. Battery on the way. Observer in charge coming up as well. That Forge also about to be done from Classic here in just a moment. 3 additional gateways going down from our Protoss player. Getting those set up and rolling. Stalker's blink underneath and the hallucination goes down. The 4th base sits on the 6 o'clock, so we get that up and running immediately. Still got ourselves a +1 and the charge continuing to come through. Destination still around the left side as charge and +1 will be finishing up. We actually have the scouts straight up the left here, a couple of extra zealots getting warped in. A few probes and the Temple Archives coming about as well. Stalkers get there to knock down the hallucination. Still seeing our +1 charge coming up and online. Again, that Immortal about to finish as well as additional gateways continue through. Stalkers will fire, hallucination goes down, and the +2 attack building up at the moment here from Creator. Charge about to finish, couple cannons in the prism continuing out as well. Hallucination still flying through the natural and toward the main base. 2 more pylons in production, battery and the cannon on the way through also. Hallucinations go 2 different directions as we warp in a group of zealots. Our zealots will join up together. That +2, our zealots, our Archon continue to build in. See our hallucinations still heading across the map. The army of Creator gathers and still just knocking down hallucinations. Golden Aura first map's fun, of course, because the big map, right? It encourages the macro play, and it's very possible we see macro play coming about here on a map like Golden Aura. So definitely kind of sets the PvP off to a pretty kind of fun set of events usually. Always find that exciting. Army sets up from Classic across the bottom side. Zealot Stalker Archon pulling back a little bit from Creator. The few Stalkers going to try and take a lead. Pops the Immortal there. Barrier will go down. The Observer gets picked off. Still got +2 coming about. Our High Tempo's coming up. Zealots are still coming in as well. Archon just coming through. Just going to be seeing this army from Classic heading around the bottom side. A few more Stalkers coming up. And get ready to potentially make a dive on this as we're going to start moving forwards. Hallucination pops through. A little bit more damage being dealt as those Guardian Shields evacuate the army away to that right-hand side. A few more warp-ins coming in again, a couple of Zealots. The Immortal and the +2 attack coming up once again. And get set to move forward here as this army settles in. Classic 197 to 177 supply is going to start running through. Zealots are going to charge forward. We are going to be seeing those Immortals and the Archons continuing to come about. Another Zealot going to get picked away at as well, because Creator have enough to break through this. Obviously, the battery was able to put in some work from Classic. He's got that Prism able to allow to kind of create some micro as well. Classic does take the supply advantage. He's running out of Archons, but I don't think Archons are that much of a factor right now. There's only a handful of Zealots left, and it looks as though Classic is just going to be better off. In a game that was very close, Creator decided to attack and kind of put all of his eggs into this attack, and unfortunately the attack was not a good enough basket to hold those eggs. So GG's, and Classic takes the first game as Creator, like I said, choosing to be the aggressor. He wasn't really forced into that. He really did just decide, right, this is it. This is my moment. I'm going to send it, and didn't really work out right, so not ideal. As we head into game number 2 here, I'm going to go to our second map in a second, which is going to be Site Delta. Then we're going to go to Oceanborn, then Crimson Court, then Alcyone, in case you missed the map order previously. As Creator's just in the replay, so we'll give him a moment before we... well, we can't actually start it without him coming out the replay, so just wait for that. Creator did finish up first place in his group, 4-0 over Nightmare Spirit, Lancer, and Future. So earned himself a direct placement into this quarterfinal matchup. And he advanced his quarterfinals into anything further. Round of 8 gets you $150. You win this series and you're already talking about the possibility of $200 in the round of 4, $350 for second place, and $650 for first place in the tournament today and on Thursday. Play across a few days there as we just have Rare and Classic, 6 casters. Go-Go's ready's perfect. Let's kick off game number 2. Creator and Classic are just ready to play. Protoss legs, and if so, how many baskets do you need to put them in? What would hatch out of an egg as a pro? Can you imagine like a Zealot hatching out of an egg? That'd be terrifying. Yo, Grommel, thank you so much for the 38-month resub on the Prime. Welcome back. Good to see you. Let's dive into game number 2. In the top left-hand side, the man that just sat there and played the defense, and that's all he had to do to win that game in the end. It is going to be the blue Protoss player, Classic. Taking on in the bottom right, our red Protoss, it is Creator. Game 2 of this best of 5. Get this up and ready to go. We're going to drop our cyber core down, just going to get that set up. Nexus is on the way as well. We're going to see probes chasing each other about there for a couple of moments. A little bit of damage being done. Stargate coming up. The adept continues through. Now, so you're going to be seeing Creator is going to put batteries down in his opponent's natural. So trying to take advantage of this fast expansion. Batteries start up. I feel like players have really figured out how to deal with this. We pull a few probes. Damage being dealt. That probe is low HP, getting pushed away. There's going to be a Zealot showing up, but it's such a long way. for this Zealot to be able to really do much. Stalker will put some damage onto the Zealot. I guess the Zealot can now start hitting some of these probes. Battery will finish. Obviously, batteries can come through from Classic as well. He has got one on the way up, although it's taking a little while to come through. We're going to Classic that one there from Creator so the Adept can get in. I actually think Classic has made this difficult on himself. Not starting up a battery early enough. Two Stalkers now will have to kite the Zealot and deal with the Adept, which is in the mineral line. That is long gone, although there's actually a battery up there, so that's a good job by Classic. Having a battery in the main base means the Adept being in there is less impactful. Force the Zealot to keep pulling back toward those batteries. And we will slowly drain them. Obviously, because they're aggressively placed batteries as well, they do not start with full energy, so only half energy. So the Stalker pops out, and yeah, it feels difficult to say that this is going to do much else from Creator. Like, he kind of got in, it looked a little scary, but he didn't find work, as the battery in the main base made sure of that. I guess 2 Adepts in the mineral line now would be more scary, but this is a huge investment. Look at all of these batteries that are going to go down. The pylon as well. A lot of money spent from Creator to achieve, like I say, what feels like very little. 300 to 75 resources lost, and that doesn't include the extra pylon and battery that's still going to go down, as we do have one probe going down, so at least the Adepts find something. Stalkers finish off that pylon. Here goes this battery, also taking some shots, so it will take a few more hits here. A bit more damage being done as that will go down. The Oracle's still flying across. 2 of them together now are going to move up in toward the main base. They're really just consistently trying to find this damage, but it's just not being able to really get there still, right? We've got the blink coming up on both sides, the 2 gateways coming up from Classic, single gateway on the way from Creator. Dark Shrine goes down from Creator this time. Last time it was Classic putting that Dark Shrine down, and it never really had much impact. Straight away, at least. Took a little while for it to really be utilized or anything. And we got the blink on the way through. Creator's going to find this pylon of Classic. So as Classic was trying to get into a whole bunch of extra gates, he's going to get figured out and will not be allowed to set up aggressive warp-in points. Stalking the Sentry still coming over. A couple Oracles getting chased away. 9 probes being taken out. The Stalker going to get there. Blink about to finish up from Classic as well. I have that Dark Shrine finishing up from Creator, and we have no detection from Classic. I think his DTs are going to be substantial because at the very least he can warp in a DT defensively as well. And we're going to see the Dark Shrine right now as Classic's got to start responding to this. He goes after that pylon, but Super Battery pops. He starts a Robo, but the DTs are now warped in. They're beginning to advance forwards. Robo only just started. I honestly think that's too far away. The Oracles of Creator are going to get pushed back a little bit. Classic does have a full wall off, I believe, on the natural. Oracles are fighting a lot of probes, though. It feels as though Creator has got complete control of this game. As, like I say, the wall off will try and buy time for the DTs to not get in there before the Robo facility is done with an observer out. Now DT's warped in defensively. These Stalkers are in trouble, trying to get a few more workers. Classic is the one down in workers, though. He just needs to do more. He actually has an army supply lead, but like I say, that will not last forever, not with DTs about. Comes in over here. Force field on the natural, rather than the main base ramp, which makes a lot of sense because that's going to allow you to get the observer out at least. So Classic trying to get the crisis management completed here. And to be fair, if these DTs can't go anywhere else, he's only going to lose a sentry or so. He still has an army supply advantage and is still utilizing these Stalkers well to get a little bit more damage done. Now losing a couple of them. Links back across the other way. He just needs to get every probe possible. He needs to slow Creator down. Oh, Classic, he's got some probes running all the way across the map. Now he's going to start killing DTs. Classic's advantage was the army supply lead. That is kind of disappearing. And Creator up 10 workers, I think, is the much better place to be in as these probes do get recalled home. Wow. A little crazy situation there. Credit to Classic He has just taken an extremely stressful, high-pressure situation, and he has just ran with it. He has just gone with it, and he has honestly handled it extremely well, I think. I expected him to take way more damage. Prism is starting from Classic. We get that underway. Prism coming through, the Stalker coming up. And I don't hate that Classic's going to try and just be aggressive again. Army supply advantage is his, but extra gates coming online from Creator, so he will be able to afford more shortly. Losing a pylon stops warp-ins aggressively, but doesn't stop you overall. Stalker's fighting, couple back and forth shots going out over there. 3 more Stalkers, another Zealot just coming through for the moment, so we get that on the way. Now Stalkers and the Sentry sitting out the front, ready to start pressing forwards again. +1 in charge coming up on the side of Creator. Now Stalkers will fight, a couple of cannons finishing up from Creator. Stalkers just going to dive straight into the natural. Again, you're playing with the mobility here. The problem is your force field can't do much because there's Archons available, so they can break down a force field. Do we just sit atop this ramp and try and fight? Looks like that is the plan, and honestly not a bad one because Archons will struggle with the range. Trying to shoot up here, so Classic puts himself in a very good position. Currently working his way through a gateway. Obviously there is the Twilight Council there as well, and the Forge. There's a lot of stuff to stop from building as we blink forwards, but he should just get that pylon. He kind of really wants that pylon, but he doesn't want to justify moving too far to the side. I think he needs to stop charging +1 from finishing, right? And he will get the pylon now. No, that... Okay, that did depower for a moment. I thought it didn't. The Archon's going to go down pretty quickly here, so the Archons will fall. Stalkers may want to be careful with what they're target firing. Stalkers on the low ground from Creator trying to do what they can. Probes being brought into the fight. Stalkers blink to the sides. The Prism will go down, so no more reinforcements from Classic. That's going to be rough for him. He does have a blink available still. 27 to 24. He's killed 24 workers, but he's going to lose the rest of these Stalkers with not really much else gained. That's where the army supply is going to come plummeting down, and Creator will guarantee himself game 2. Very good try from Classic, but Creator gets the defense in the end. Getting rid of that Prism reinforcements and getting those Stalkers really stuck in there is going to be great. GG's. Alright, we are going to head into game number 3 then. We are going to Oceanborn for the next map of this series. And we will see if we can... Well, we will break the tie, but we'll see which players is going to be able to break the tie in their favor. Get that started up in a second. Let's move Creator up. And we should be ready to just go. Players are ready straight away. They're eager to keep this PvP moving onwards. And obviously so are we. So let's get this started. Let's get this underway. See what we can have happen as Oceanborn comes through for map number 3 of this series. It's 1-1 right now. In the bottom right-hand side, our Blue Pros player. This is Classic. Taking on the opponent in the top left, was able to hold on in that last game just about. Creator. Well, gate gas coming up. We'll see where these early game moments are going to take us. Any more single gate expand attempts, or are we just going to double gate it up from here on out? Could very much so go any which way at the moment. Two gates, Cybercore, all of that coming through for the moment. We get that established here. And it's set up already in the early stages. Seeing where we can go next. We have on ourselves two stalkers coming up then, so two stalkers on both sides. The Stargate is building from Classic as well. Continue to get that up and running at the moment. Get that underways. Robo facility coming up as well. We get that on the go. But more depths coming through. The warp gates coming up. It's the Oracle already coming out from Classic against that fast Robo of Creator. See what Creator wants to do with it. Potentially end up getting pretty aggressive here, so we will see. Oracle flies in, two stalkers in position. It will get two probes and then get out. Takes some damage beyond the shields. It's a little bit painful there, though nothing overly crazy. Warp gate coming through as well. You can see our two adepts going to be in on this side. So Creator's going to get through for a couple of probes. Classic will chase and clean up. Classic on that faster expansion, so the fact they both traded two probes, Classic just being ahead on the base, is a pretty nice place to be at the moment, it would seem. Definitely seems pretty reasonable right now. As our warp gates continue to settle down. Let's see our Nexus. It's coming in. And we do see our two Adepts is going to go moving forward as well for a moment, trying to see a little bit of what is up. And get rid of one Adept here straight away, so he's going to be able to get a little grab on that right from the get-go. Mortal Stalker coming through, the Robo Facility building on the side of Classic, the Phoenix coming up as well. Pessimistic is going to get hit with a little Revelation. And our Forge coming up now from Classic, from Creators. Classic is going to get his own Robo Facility started. Let's build that single Phoenix. Obviously without a Twilight. Interesting to go Robo, right? Because I feel like now we're going to be playing into a lesser Immortal count. Kind of interesting. 3, 4 pros, 5 pros, 6 pros, 7 pros going down. Oracle's going huge here. I love the Phoenix to take one of the Stalkers just out of the equation for a bit, allowing the Oracles to be there for longer. Huge move. Great move, actually. That's going to be a really well played little setup. Two more Adepts warping on the natural. Prism, Adepts, and the Immortal starting to move out through the center. Have ourselves that Immortal, and there's a couple of Adepts still coming about. Adept's going to hit some other Adepts over here, as we are going to see the Adept Shades going through. That Adept chasing the other Adept down. Just about getting out of there. Twilight Council and the Nexus still coming into play. A couple of additional Stalkers coming up. And got that +1 coming through. So Forge is active, a little bit faster from Creator on the upgrade. As Creator has also ended up faster on the third base as well. So all in all, Creator has edged out, in my eyes, a lead here in the early stages of this series. Oracle still up around the top. Again, the +1 starting on both sides. A charge is coming in from Creator as well, so we get that up and running. Okay, we're in production. Battery coming through. Observer will get shot down. I guess a nice little use of this Phoenix that we wouldn't typically see still being a factor usually. Going on there. Again, Immortal and the charge continuing through. The extra gates coming about. We've seen that Phoenix moving about, the other hallucination coming around the left-hand side. Charge coming in from both players. As we do see extra gates, pylons, and assimilators all still coming up. Charge about to finish up here on the side of Creator. We get that done. Charge about halfway done from Classic. +2 attack coming up from Classic as well. So we can get that ready to rumble. I was going to see those High Templars warping about. Gonna lift up that Stalker. Now a couple of probes begin going down. 3 workers fall. And Adepts on this side are going to get caught in a couple of Zealots. Get into that as well, playing the cleanup game. And there's just a huge more round of High Templars warping in. +2 attack is still coming up. +2 and and the charge still coming in from Classic as well. That Nexus also coming up right now. Let's just have these units of Creator continue to settle down in the center. A couple of hallucinations continue out to the front. Hallucination still chasing down the Zealot and a couple High Templars. Still trying to see what else they can do. A few more Zealots get warped in. Just going to load back into the Prism. The Archon hanging up to the top. Just going to drop that Stasis Ward down. Try and get a little bit of a catch right there. See what we can find. It's a couple of probes that get caught immediately. Seven workers going down. Still got a +3 coming up on both sides. It's Classic that comes in aggressively, moves in position here. No battery on this location, so some of the typical defensive advantage just isn't there. A whole positioning from Creator. Classic has a couple of Archons just all stuck in the back. Those 3 Archons are not taking part at all. At first, when he was Classic Creator was whole position, I thought it was okay for Classic getting some free shots off, and that will have helped. Creator has dropped down a little bit in supply on his way to that +3 attack, but it's not ready yet. Phoenix showing its uses, picking up an Immortal here at the later stages. Get rid of one more Archon. I just feel like the units are very consolidated from Classic when he's fighting. A lot of the shots are going off in the right places at the right times. So that's going to try and pick off the pylon now. That's coming off across the board. We've seen the Zard still flying. Just going to have a prism overhead. And +3 coming through. The plus couple high tempers. Zard's coming about. 6 high tempers coming in from Classic. Archon's all coming about. Our +3 attack coming through. Greater held, but at what cost? I mean, he comes out heavily behind on army supply. So Stalker Immortal is going to open up the rocks here on the left-hand side. Another Stasis Ward coming down on the bottom. This ward is going to catch Zella getting captured. We start fighting through the couple of Zells trying to run forwards there. We are going to be seeing this army of Classic trying to fight back. Archon in some trouble, going to go down. The rest of these Zells leaking forwards. The Archons continue to play cleanup on that. These Immortals still going to town. As Classic's defense is looking good. He's down an upgrade for the majority of this fight. His +3 only just now finishes at the tail end, but it didn't matter. Numbers and defensive position was absolutely good enough to keep him alive through that onslaught of Creator. And so Classic is able to take it to a 2-1 lead. He takes advantage in this best-of-5 series. And Classic is now a map away from moving through to the semi-finals after a shaky group stage for him. I mean, I say shaky. He went 3-1 and lost out to Rogue and MaxPax based on map score only. Probably one of the strongest third place. I mean, we actually had 2 groups where players were 3-1 and finished the group in 3rd place. And coming down a map score, so yeah, that's it gets feisty in those groups, doesn't it, sometimes? But yeah, my point being that Classic is absolutely a very strong player, and he did well in the groups. And so him coming from 3rd place in the group and making it through to the semis would not be a huge shock. Especially in the way that he's currently doing it, is... Creator needs a few minutes. So, Creator will take a couple of moments. Alright, so Creator takes a couple of moments, and we'll get back to that in a second. I guess because Creator's taking a couple moments, we'll run some ads so they don't get in the way later instead. We'll just drop those down, so if you see those, then I hope they're not too terrible. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, C-Code, how's it going, man? Thank you so much for the 29-month resub. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Like I said, we take a few moments here as we wait for Creator to just come back into it. Get back on track. Go from there. So yeah, we're just waiting for Creator. I guess another moment or so I could sell out, but then we've got ads already going on. Excited to see people playing some Starcraft today. Oh, has it come out today? Today the day? Hell yeah. Next phase of beta. I don't. It's not beta though, is it? It's officially early access. Is early access still beta? Don't even know how you define all that anymore in this day and age. It's officially out. Yeah, that's crazy. Alright guys, like I said, we're just waiting for Creator to return. Alright, so it'll take a few moments. Hopefully get ready to go in just a couple. Like I say, just need Creator to be done with his BRB. Get back to a classic leading 2-1 at the moment. I hope everyone's doing great. Thanks for a little bit of patience. Because they're just missing one of the players, so not really do much until we resume that. Alright, Critter is back. Perfect, so we can get going into Crimson Court. For the lobby link up and get this underway. And be back on track in this PvP, guys. Thank you for your patience during a little bit of downtime here. As we can go. And get this running. So, Critter falls down. Classic takes a 2-1 lead. So our casters here. Players are ready. We can go into game number 4. Alright. Kicking it off. Let's see if Creator can pull it back. As we get back on track. Oh. Crimson called for our battlefield to see if, like I say, we're going to get to a game 5 or not. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to be with the blue Protoss player who has got the lead in the series. This is Classic. Top right-hand side, our red Protoss player is Creator. After this, ByuN takes on Oliveira. And the winner of that plays Rogue. We also have MaxPax, Spirit, Nightmare, and Lambo all playing later today as well. So if you like any of that, stay tuned, stick around. We've got plenty more coming your way here in the WardiTV Summer Bash Playoffs. Alright, so gateway coming up, our assembler is coming through. Probe, Jason, probe. Would you see a couple of gates coming up? The Nexus coming through. So it's going to be 2 gates from Classic. Creator's going to go for the 1 gate expansion. We get that set up straight away. Going back down, our Nexus getting set up. We're going to be seeing the Cybercore and the Nexus then coming through as we have a forward pylon from Classic, so he might just get aggressive to try and close this series out with a wham bam thank you ma'am. Well, a couple of depths, the Robo Facility come through, the Nexus building on that natural, getting set up as well. There's that Robo coming through, and then we are waiting to see if this can be the way that Classic takes this series. So Dub's coming across, he's going to get a little grab. We do have that Robo then about to finish. Robo defensively from Creator is going to put him on the right track to defend in this. Two Adepts come up, but that's a wall off. The Stalker here, seeing what's going on. The Adepts get back to push the Stalker back a little bit as the Prism comes through from Classic initially, and will be able to start supporting these units on their ascent to the front. Our box facility is about to finish from Creator. Prism heads in toward the main base. Just going to fire a couple of probes going down. 3rd probe going down. 4th probe on that top side likely going to go down as well. So already Classic getting a good start. All the probes from the main base ran away as well, so not mining and no gas mining during this either. Love what these Adepts are getting done. They shade to the other side. It's a 6th worker kill back out in the Prism. And now building our Immortal, and of course these Adepts can act as a great tank when the Immortal comes into play as well. Stalker Adept continue to come through. Prism continues to settle down here. Adepts firing a few probes going down. Just going to see our Stalkers trying to hit those Adepts and clean them up. But this is another 3 workers lost, and again, this is putting a little bit of a slight on the potential that you can't go for here. Although that Prism cannot save the Adepts and is now stuck in the corner, so without a Prism it becomes awkward. Because you kind of want the Prism to micro your Immortals around. Hey Resonate, thank you so much. The 19-month resub on the Prime. Subscribe for free? Hell yeah. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, using your Prime here. Out of all the options, as that Immortal gets its barrier pinged, and we are going to chase forward a little bit, but it's just so scary without a Prism. Prism is still stuck around the back. We do have some force fields available now. What are we going to try and do? First Immortal of Classic likely going to go down in a moment. Still alive somehow. It's staying out of reach, and the problem is all of these Immortals are now dropping low. Like I say, without the Prism and Micro, it's just terrifying. The Micro potential does so much. Classic does get his Prism around the edges, and now will be here to help out. Is that just too late? Let's move up. A few more Stalkers getting settled. As it moves toward the main base, a few Stalkers begin to unload. The Immortal's fighting there. Stalkers taking a lot of damage. The Adept and the Immortal coming through. Prism loads back up and we pull back down into the center. Adept's going to go shading forward. 3 Immortals still here, and the firepower of that is just absolutely massive. The fact that Creator had to pull the probes away so often means that he just was not able to keep up production-wise, and I think that's been a big factor. Also going to stop those Immortals cutting back, so now they just have to jump into the Prism, which means they can't stick around and fight. And Classic, honestly looking as though he might just have enough, honestly, because he's got a 4th Immortal showing up as well. He's going to get rid of one on the top side. Creator does not have a defense here. GG. And Classic is going to take it to the semi-finals for himself as he takes out this round of 8, 3-1. GG's. And that is going to be Classic winning out on this one. Alright guys, we got more action to get underway. We're going to have ByuN and Oliveira coming up next. I know it's another mirror with some TVT, but after this we're going to have TVZ, PVZ, and PVT, all the non-mirrors getting played back to back. So we're just, I promise you, getting the mirrors out the way early as we get this ready to go. So, a couple of moments because players will have to veto up and everything. We'll take a few, we'll come back. More StarCraft 2 action is on its way very shortly. StarCraft resumes straight after this. We'll see you guys in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for rejoining us as we get ready to go into more action here in just a few. It's going to be ByuN, it's going to be Oliveira. These guys are here. ByuN just readied up. Oliveira waiting for the ready from him, and we should be able to get into this. Go, he says. 6 casters in the lobby, and we are good to go in the WardiTV Summer Bash playoffs. We're back to game number 1 in a series. We're back to the round of 12. The winner of this will play Rogue. So far, we're bang on schedule today, so I'm just going to keep these games moving. We want to try and stay on schedule because we've got everything played today is live. So we don't want it to go too late for Nightmare specifically, because it's going to be Oliveira versus ByuN, then Rogue versus the winner, then Nightmare plays Lambo. MaxPax Spirit at the end is obviously not as bad because that's Europe versus Europe, so if it's a bit later on in the day, it's not like it's eating into the night like it is for the Koreans. So just trying to stay on schedule, hence trying to minimize the downtime wherever possible. As we have to the top left, our blue Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion, we have ByuN. Bottom right, our red Terran player is going to be from Weibo Games. It is Oliveira. What's up, Bane Supper? Doing good, enjoying the nice weather and getting stuff done. How about myself? I'm good. You're even talking to me. I think you're talking to C-Code, but I'm going to hijack the chat and just say that I'm doing good. I thought I'd ask how everyone's doing. Maybe I did. Ay. Get myself all mixed up. Chat's hard to read, man. Hijack away. This is what happens when you only read half the chat, you know. Yeah, out there, guys. Again, let us know what's up. Let us know if you're doing well. I do appreciate you all dropping by and tuning into some games with us today. It's always a pleasure to bring you guys some Starcraft, especially a WardiTV tournament. Like I say, gonna try and keep these games moving through nicely, and we are getting aggressive straight away here as ByuN proxies one of his barracks on the map. So one of the barracks is going to go down out on the right-hand side. Get that underway. This is on the Korean server. Yes, China versus Korea pretty much always plays on Korea because I think Korea is actually better ping-wise than it is for them to play on Taiwan. Oh, nice scout from Oliveira is going to spot this. So that's big for Oliveira. Now, it's not the fastest of spots in terms of he might be able to... I mean, the SCV might be able to finish the barracks without going down. It's going to get close, has to jump to the other side again. It's good. The barracks is going to finish here. The SCV is going to die, but the barracks will complete. So at the very least, we've got the barracks online. Oliveira knows about it, though, so he's not going to get caught off guard. He's going to high ground expand, which is absolutely fine here. This is only one proxy barrack, so it's just the reinforcing Reaper that shows up a little faster. It's not like the third Reaper, for example, will show up super quickly as well, so I think that makes a big difference, and that definitely will keep Oliveira pointed in the right direction. Well, the factory coming through is going to be obviously on both sides. As we actually do get a decent start to this fight, ByuN will lose a Reaper, gets a Marine in return, and will be in the main base for a few moments longer. Gets an SCV, and now probably just wants to get away, but that's already a lot of the potential here kind of nullified. Not too much else will come of this now, as the Reaper and the Marine will go joining up on the edge of the main base. Starport coming through, a couple extra Reapers in the factory coming up as well. SCV on the way, commands into building. Reaper's going to go sit on top of that ramp again, just going to be hanging out over there. Reaper hops through, just going to be some Cyclone still coming about. Our Starport now reactor coming in. Orbital is going to fly down to the low ground here. He's going to fly down the natural. Medevac and Cyclone coming up. And get those Cyclones coming about. A couple more Marines coming through on the side of Oliveira. Medevac about to pop. We do have our Starport just building up on the side of ByuN. So that Starport finishing in a second. Barracks comes over. Going to drop the tech lab down. mostly watch VODs. You'll usually be working right now as well, but you're off sick, so you can watch Starcraft all day. Hell yeah. I mean, hell yeah to watching Starcraft. Sad that it's because you're sick, but as long as you're not so sick that it's like really kind of keeping you down, you know, then watching Starcraft can make up for a bit, right? Cyclone the SCV and the Marines just get an SCV there, so Oliveira able to make a single grab. As ByuN pretty heavily down in supply, down a couple of workers. He expanded later, down a bit of army supply. He built double racks, right, so he wasn't on the factory as quickly. And the opening of ByuN just not really doing enough to justify the investment. And that is leading to the Oliveira lead that you see on the screen right now. So Oliveira definitely looking pretty at the moment here in game 1 of this series. Definitely looking pretty reasonable for these first few minutes. Liberator coming around the left. Let's just have ourselves the couple Reapers, Marines, and Cyclones coming about. Liberator is going to get sieged up. The Cyclones are coming over. Actually going to see one Cyclone taking the double shot and will go down to the Lib. Not good defense from ByuN here so far. That medevac getting turned away. We actually lost the Cyclone here against the anti-air is gone. Liberator will live to get out and go again later, maybe go home, get repaired, come back full HP. We see now Vikings still chilling, Stimpak coming through. Cover Reaper still coming around the bottom. Just hop up, just gonna move into that main mineral line. A couple of SCVs will get shot at. One SCV, gonna be seeing a second SCV, taking some hits as well. Now a third, fourth, fifth. Oh, nice from ByuN to get some SCVs like that. That is fantastic. Liberator still coming around the top side. Again, the combat shield coming through. The medevac's coming about. Got all of that on the go as our Marines and the medevac continue to gather together. I see that they're trying to come back around as now Oliveira just stims in the front, gets a siege tank. So a little bit of Reaper action on the other side was nice, but Oliveira coming straight back through, getting multiple SCVs here and denying mining time, obviously as well on that low ground, getting the tank. Damage just being done. Looking good at the moment as we have ourselves the couple tanks and Marines on the other side, so ByuN in an aggressive position trying to make something happen. That's a nice interception though as the medevac's go down and immediately ByuN's like, uh-oh. Our unit's trying to gather all together and they get shut down like that. He just taps straight out. Oliveira with the catch to end this first game and to put himself up 1 in the best of 5 round of 12 matchup. Oliveira will strike first in the series. Second map coming up on Alcyone. As we look to ByuN to see if he can start to pull himself back into this one. Let's see how that goes in just a sec as we'll get this hosted up and ready to party. This is ready. For Oliveira to join us here, and he can ready up as well. We can kick off into this game too. Just waiting for Oliveira to give us the go-ahead. We will kick this off as mentioned. More Starcraft action coming through here. Again, excited for whoever wins this to go up against Rogue. Both these players have had very fun games against Rogue as of late, so I actually think that's going to be a very good time no matter who it is that advances forward. As Oliveira gives us the go-go, so we are officially allowed to click the start game button. And we can go into Alcyone for game 2 of the best of 5. ByuN The build just not putting him in a great position from the very start there. That fair to say. He definitely did a few things to try and get it back, but Oliveira was good at catching the movement of the army and absolutely punished it in one of the biggest ways right there. As we get ready to jump into Alcyone. Game 2. In the top right-hand side, we'll have our Blue Terran player who has established the 1-0 lead in the best of 5. This is Oliveira. In the bottom left, our red Terran, we have ByuN. Game 2 of this series then, and I don't expect ByuN to go proxying again, not immediately, at least give it a little bit of time before that comes back out in this series. Gonna see Iraq's coming up on both sides of the map. SCV's coming through. We get that underway. That's gonna be seen now. Reaper's coming about. We get that underway. We've seen the factory coming up. The Reaper is coming through. Seeing ourselves, the Reaper coming about. The SCVs are coming by. SCV moving around on the low ground is getting ready to expand. So Oliveira will expand on location, as has ByuN. We're going to see two gas expands from both factory down, but expands on location. Means that we're playing a little bit of a mirrored situation right now. We're just going to head up to the top left-hand side. We do have the command centers on the way, as mentioned, in the Cyclone. Production has started as well. We're going to run to this fight. It's going to be a slight advantage to Oliveira. He got one extra shot off, and that made the difference initially. You see that Reaper still chasing. Is going to be able to get the kill, so Reaper gets picked off there. Nice pick. Gonna see those two cyclones still coming through. The factory send up the tech lab. Orbital command coming about. We do have our siege tanks still on the way. Medevac, a few marines coming about here as well. Raven is on the way, about halfway done at the moment. That Raven about halfway by right now. Obviously, that's going to be a big part of this TVT. The deeper that we go, as you have ByuN showing up with some Cyclones, and they're going to get the double lock onto his opponent's Cyclone, but has to lift because of the Marine firepower. We'll now try and get some SCVs instead. 1 kill, 2 kills. Obviously able to kite back here, and actually does get the Cyclone in the end as well. So 2 SCVs and a Cyclone, and he kept both his Cyclones alive on low HP. As that Medevac has the boost to get out of there, the Marine should not cause an issue, even if he kind of flew over it unnecessarily. Now loses a Cyclone, also just unnecessarily trying to get an extra SCV. As ByuN takes the supply lead, but like I say, an unnecessary Cyclone loss just could have kept that alive and kept going with it. Could have just been that little bit better. And in fact, still trying to come through that one Cyclone, trying to do something extra. Tank sieging up. The Liberator trying to find some openings. It's definitely been all about ByuN here so far. Siege tank, Stimpak continue to come through. We'll have the Liberator going to siege up on top of this tank, but there's going to be auto toast to knock the Lib down. The Lib will not get much done, only one shot onto the tank, so not a lot gained. Would it be nice to keep the Liberator alive for sure as well? As the units push back, and ByuN, his attack here is maybe not doing as much as it would have liked to. 8 SCVs have still gone down. Marines trying to load on the tank, force some friendly firing. The medevac is super low. ByuN just about staying alive. 12 SCVs dead. ByuN up 17 workers. Starting to trail by an army supply. But otherwise, it's been looking great. GG's gold. ByuN is going to tie this up 1-1, just like that. The power of that aggressive push coming through for him as ByuN just got into that position and really, again, a lot of these Korean Terrans, or just Terrans in general, they're so good in any matchup, TVT included, obviously. Once they get that kind of advantage going, they just refuse to let go of it, and in this case, it was absolutely what ByuN was all about. Drop the lobby link down here as we get this on the way. And should be into game 3 in just a couple moments. ByuN says ready. Yeah, what's up, Tao Do Savio? Thank you so much. Loving the Wardy Championships in the morning. Thanks, no worries. Thank you so much for watching. Dropping by. Just waiting for Oliveira to give us the go-go, and there it is for Game 3 to start up. Every series so far today has gone 1-0 to 1-1. If the player that took the initial 1-0 lead then bringing the next 2 games home, so can Oliveira keep that streak alive for the day, or is ByuN going to have something to say about it? We're going to find out on Post-Youth. Good map with that in-base expansion. A lot of potential pushing lane here, though, for the Terran player as well. Obviously, when those Terran pushes get rolling, they can be very scary. So, a few things to consider as we jump into this game number 3. In the top right corner, equalizing the series is our red Terran player, ByuN. In the bottom left, our blue Terran is going to be Oliveira. Game 3 of the best of 5. As we have first few moments getting set up. And that rack's on the way and all the rest of it. Oliveira's going to play the 2 racks here. Always interesting on Post-Youth because that in-base kind of factor definitely has something to say about it a lot of the time. And that second barracks then will finish. We'll see ByuN is going to play into that fast expo as well, so that means he's not going to have as much going on for a little bit, so that will create a little bit of intrigue for us as those Reapers continue through. Can set up here for the moment. Reaper is going to go to the top. Again, CC coming about, Factory coming in. There's a couple of Reapers are still building on the side of Oliveira. As we hop up, we hop down. Reaper in the Marine. And get the kill. Beautiful defense from ByuN. Getting the trap on that Reaper. That was awesome. As yo! Swiftbrain, thank you so much for the £50 donation, making it rain on the stream. Hey Wardy, really enjoy watching your streams. Thank you for everything you do for the game. Thank you so much for the extremely generous donation. Thank you so much. Give me some love in the chat for Swiftbrain, guys. Some of the £50, get some hypes up in here. Thanks so much for supporting the event, the stream. Thanks, like I say, thanks for supporting it, because without you, we can't afford to keep on running events like this one and all the others that we run, so thank you so much. Alright, third CC down from Oliveira, so that's him going to take, obviously, the later natural, but then the faster third base. So that's going to be his line of thinking for the moment here. Where's the Reaper just hanging about to get settled down? We'll see the one downside, if you can call it a downside here for Oliveira. I mean, it's kind of a downside, is you're very bio-focused, right? So you're very barracks production focused. You're not really going to be on as many tech units and so on, so it's definitely something to be considering. Means the Reaper gather up. As a push from ByuN moving forwards is going to be making a little bit of a journey across right now and having a little bit of a look to see if it can see some success as it presses on in towards this base. Well, he walks right up to the front. The power of that siege tank is already kind of set, and there's another example, I think, of just obviously the initial 2-rack setup not doing much, and then obviously we also take some damage as well. We're not going to push out now. That's the power of having the second ranks, though. Faster stim is going to go a long way. A couple liberators coming out on the side of ByuN, so we get those libs popping. Siege tank coming through, the Marine coming in. Engineering base still building from Oliveira as well. Continuing to get that on the go now. Is going to actually land from ByuN just to try and hold this position, but he does lose his siege tank. That's big because obviously that's what kind of holds the position typically. There's just not really any units here from Oliveira. It's all well and good having stim and so on available, but having stim available doesn't matter too much if you don't have any Marines out. A couple are popping here and there. I mean, here's a few trying to pull in right now. The Vikings pop, so this is a well-timed push forwards on the side of Oliveira, but 17, 18 SCVs dead. He's going to have to land his own Vikings to try and play defense here. Still losing SCVs, which obviously not mining because they're chasing down this army as well, is also a factor. And at some point, I feel like Oliveira should probably stop chasing. Maybe now, when the liberated zone's coming up. I'm going to have to unsiege because the Vikings are going to be scary. And more Marines come through, and actually, I don't think we'll even get rid of that siege tank. So, just disastrous from Oliveira all across the board. He has lost way too much, and ByuN going to be the first player today to be down in a series, but to actually end up taking a lead at some point of it. A couple of Vikings on the way from ByuN. The siege tank's halfway through. The extra barracks still building. Vector's going to come boosting across. Tank and a few Marines will begin to unload. SCVs are going to go wrapping around. So ByuN will lose some SCVs here, absolutely. Question is, how much does he lose? 8 is decent. Again, it's just the fact that Oliveira is so far behind that even 8 is not necessarily enough right now. He's still down by 9 workers at the moment. He's going to lose some here. As the Liberator shows up, he takes a little while to respond to it. He's going to lose a few Marines as well, playing cleanup. And ByuN is still in position on this other side of the map, so he's only taking damage because he's still got the push going. He's going to net himself another Viking now. One of the barracks is going to get broken down as well. Still trying to press forward. We do see the Vikings going to land just to try and give us a bit more firepower here. It's going to be enough to save the siege tank. And we're going to repair that from these few SCVs. We're huge to keep that tank alive. GG called, and ByuN will take the 2-1 lead as they are playing a ferocious TVT where there's just no time to stop. It is just go, go, go. Action from the very get-go. And ByuN leveraging it into his favor thus far as we go to site Delta. For ByuN to potentially close out this series, or Oliveira to bring us back and to take us all the way to a Game 5. Let's get site Delta loaded up. Start this off in just a couple of moments. Thank you again, Swift Crane, during that game for that very generous donation. Thank you so much. Again, just really appreciate it. And thanks for supporting the content, the stream, and what we're doing. Accidentally kicked someone instead of moving into the observer spot. That's good. Cool. If Oliveira is ready, ByuN is ready, and we can go into game number 4. Go is called. And like I say, a speedy TVT. As we look to see who will enter themselves into some Terran versus Zerg action, taking on Rogue in the quarterfinals. Exciting times. Exciting times. Bottom side of the bracket, very fun as well. We're going to be moving into a bit of that later on today as well. As we kick off into Site Delta. In the bottom right side, it is going to be the blue Terran player. Up 1 game in the series means he's a map away from closing it out and going to the quarterfinals. This is ByuN. Up against the red Terran in the top left corner of the map, we are going to have ourselves Oliveira. Well, that's proxy versus proxy, which is always going to be an exciting time. A little bit better for ByuN, just for the fact I think it's ever so slightly closer to his opponent's base, so it's a little bit more ferocious. It's also double gas from Oliveira, single gas from ByuN. Oliveira will have a little bit more gas mining available. Because of the proxy, neither of them are going to scout, but they're both going to see the SCV returning home. So now it's going to be a little bit awkward. The SCVs see each other, and you've got to kind of ask yourself, what the heck is happening here? As the SCV turns back around, both of them do. Oh my goodness. Alright, well. Chaos is about to ensue here. Reaper the Marine coming about. Reaper gets up to that high ground, gonna go in, hit the mineral line. There's a few SCVs. We'll take some shots. And also gonna see this is gonna be a battle of multitasking, right? Who can control the defense and the offense better? Who can kind of prioritize what needs to be done? As right now, you can see this Reaper just kind of sitting there and taking a few shots as ByuN Micros at home. Good grenade, though. I mean, more grenades going down here. ByuN has way more workers still alive, so he's going to get more mining out of this than his opponent will, as he pretty much just knocks down everything from his opponents. Love that little grenade on the mule, by the way. Actually stopped it from mining minerals that I would have already had out. So yeah, ByuN is going to end up mining more. As obviously now he will lose everything. It's only been a little bit more, do not get me wrong. But in a situation like this, a little bit goes a long way. However, Oliveira actually has 58 gas to ByuN's 42. That slightly faster second gas might actually come into play in a big way. Obviously, a lot of this also depends on how many Reapers both players already have queued up on those barracks. Let's have a peek at that. So there's one more Marine on the way after this. Yeah, ByuN has a lot more Marines he can build, but he's going to be, I think, down a Reaper, actually, because I'm pretty sure Oliveira can still queue up one more Reaper, and he just did, yeah. So, ByuN will be down a Reaper, but up in the Marine count. It's an interesting place. Very fragile game at this point, as the Mule drops down, trying to just get some extra money out. You do not want to let that happen. ByuN will not let it happen, so that's a bit of energy wasted as ByuN gets the catch. 7 Reapers to 7, so like I say, Oliveira will get to 8 Reapers, but ByuN will afford more Marines. Well, Marines can't regenerate, so the fight, it's going to be difficult to take a fight. Position in these scenarios is kind of weird. Oliveira has not committed his command center across the map, which means that he's not necessarily going to try and kind of land somewhere else. He's going to maybe go back into his own base or sit somewhere nearby, which kind of becomes a bit awkward as well. Because ByuN's obviously going to be nearby. ByuN, who also still has 2 SCVs alive, so he can actually afford to just start mining immediately. So ByuN might just go toward the main base and just look to play. Yeah, might just look to play this kind of defensive position because he's going to be up a ramp. And he's going to have the Reaper jump up spot covered as well. His opponent, yeah, his opponent's going to drop a scan, which means he's not building a mule. If you're not building a mule, that's a big deal. That is a huge factor as ByuN just going to stay away from those grenades. Actually going to very narrowly get a Reaper. And that's the danger of trying to be the aggressor. But I think Oliveira realizes he has to be the aggressor because ByuN's position is going to be extremely good. He's going to use the orbital command to provide high ground vision. Oliveira is committed to breaking up this ramp and getting this done. ByuN's going to fire on that orbital a little bit, which means you've got to be careful. You don't want the Marines to be hitting the orbital when the Reapers jump up. You need that target firing to be correct here. He's going to land the orbital as well to try and absorb some shots off the Reapers. Grenades going down. Difficult fight to kind of really assess. I think we've actually just done enough here as Oliveira. The fight, was it good enough? Yes, it was. ByuN building 2 new Marines as he's got to run that Reaper away. It gets around the corner. It goes down trying to escape, though. ByuN has 2 Marines, an SCV. These Marines will pop out. They will kill the 2 Marines of his opponent and then put some damage onto a Reaper. ByuN's SCVs are going to try and escape away as he just mines triple mule, so he can afford a lot of Marines. His opponent is long distance mining to put things into perspective right now. He's going to have SCVs and Marines. He just lost that Reaper fight heavily as Oliveira got the jump up on him. But he can afford a bunch of Marines right here. He's going to close the gap on those Reapers a little bit. That's scary. Going to have 1 Marine going down, but the Reaper is low. We lose a Reaper. Well, lose the second Marine as well. But if the fights continue like that, I mean, it's not impossible to imagine another Reaper goes down. Oliveira is now making a single Marine himself, but it's right across the map. ByuN will be able to get back to mining here. And the thing is, if ByuN actually mines, if this Reaper doesn't kind of stick around and ByuN just mines with another mule, then ByuN will continue to afford Marines. And if you continue to afford Marines, that's going to be too much. And Oliveira knows it, so he says GG. And the crazy game is going to go the way of ByuN 3-1 on this day of 3-1s. And after he lost that Reaper fight as well, it did not feel good for ByuN, but makes it happen with a couple of Marines. Wow, kind of crazy stuff, as ByuN will net himself a quarterfinal position. He will play against Rogue for a spot in the semifinals. The winner of that plays Classic in the semifinals in Thursday's final day of the WardiTV Summer Bash event. So that means that we do have ByuN versus Rogue coming up in just a few. We will get that up and running. Perfect. So we'll get them to video up, guys. We'll take a couple moments here. We'll be right back with more Starcraft TL. See you guys in just a couple after this. Rogue versus ByuN for finally our first non-mirrored matchup today. Going to be in the form of TVZ. As we get ByuN and Rogue into game number 1 here in just a moment. Kick this off. Get into some action. So Rogue and ByuN in the round of 8. First time we've seen Rogue in a WardiTV event in a couple of years, of course. Haven't had anything go on since he returned from the military. Excited to have him. Fun to see him playing. And man, he has really been leveling it up a little bit lately. In the top right side, our blue Terran player has actually not been that hot in this matchup as of late, so we'll see if that can change today. This is ByuN, Shopify Rebellion. In the bottom left, there's Zerg, who continues to get better and better. It is a Rogue in the bottom left. Really has been looking so much better, especially ZVT. I think struggling a little bit still ZVP and so on, but ZVT has been looking pretty fine. See if that is true here in today's games, as we have our first map being Crimson Court. This is actually going to be Rogue's map pick, an interesting map pick, because I always feel as though this map actually has very good pushing potential for all of the 8 racks timings and all-ins and so on, so we'll see what happens as a couple of barracks come online. STV coming up, Hatch and the gas coming in. Spawn pool as well, 3rd barracks from ByuN, so he's actually going to go very committed on the Reapers this time. Overlord heads up towards the top. He's going to be heading into that top right side again. Couple barracks coming up. Reaper and the Orbital coming through as well, bringing all of this online. Foster, my man, how you doing? 59 month resub on the Primals, good to see you. Thanks for the YouTube content you enjoy watching every night. Hell yeah. Appreciate it, mate. Good to see you in the chat. Thank you for the Prime sub. Glad you could pop in. As our Reaper causes a little bit of trouble here. A couple of drones getting bopped around, a few lings pulling about. Those things still gonna get aggressive. So we've seen a couple grenades dropping down. Queen getting bopped a little bit. Reaper still coming over. So 3 Reapers still coming up. Ling speed's halfway through. Now Ling's our Queens trying to turn back around, trying to get something done here. So the Reapers will continue to look for their openings and try and get as much done as possible. And it's 3 racks Reaper. You want a lot out of it, right? It's more investment than usual. Your CC is very late comparatively, because that extra barracks costs money, the extra Reaper production costs money. All of this comes at a cost, and you can see the power of it. The additional Reaper or 2 just makes such a difference, taking down Lings very quickly. So there's definitely a big bonus there already. Still chilling out the front. A few Queens are going to move to the natural, and we do have, again, Queens and Lings still producing through. It's another hatch on the way from Rogue as he gets his 3rd base ready up the left-hand side. A few Lings are going to come running in. Grenade goes down. The Reapers continue to retreat. Reapers do get all the way out to the center. Another Reaper joins up. Double reactor building from ByuN, bringing that in Engineering Bay. Gonna get rid of another group teamer on the edges. A few more Lings and Overlords and the Queen coming around. Stimpack Factory, Engineering Bay reactors building up as well. He's actually trying to get a wraparound here, obviously, with that Ling speed. Best chance to catch these Reapers so far, and they're actually doing a great job. The Reapers cannot get away. They're going to try and juke and jive their way out of it, but we don't really do well enough. So ByuN's going to get completely cleaned up. Stim pack is halfway done. Two Reapers get up to the high ground. The other Reaper on the low ground there gets taken out by the Zergling as well. And Stim about to finish the +1 starting on the engineering bay. And two Reapers just going to chill in that low ground. Marines are popping. Get a couple more of those Marines popping out and about. We have our Lings in the center from Rogue. 44 drones to 35 SCVs currently, 22 to 17 army supply. Let's get back down to the bottom. We have our +1 attack coming through, get that underway. Those Lings are going to get back onto this set of rocks, just opening up a little bit of space here. +1 combat shield all coming through, the couple of medevacs and Marines all coming up as well. Link Queen just going to get a jump onto a set of rocks and just start to work our way through that, so picking this off for the moment. Those rocks will fall, and again we have ourselves the combat shield about halfway done, +1 attack is already finishing as well. The 1/1 melee upgrades coming through from Rogue. I mean, ByuN's going to have a little bit of a time window here. I mean, this is obviously just off 2 bases. He's never taken a third, so he really does need to have a time window, and he needs to get something done with it. Otherwise, I feel like he'll be in some trouble. Creep team is going down. Overlord falls, so Rogue ends up supply blocked now. Marines come forward again. There goes one Queen. The few Lings coming over. Marines continue to pull backwards. Just going to be seeing our Lings continuing to drop. That's a lot of Lings melting. The power of that +1 is huge at the moment as ByuN is just going to keep steamrolling forwards. Queens will not be able to stop him now. That's going to be a step too far. That is ByuN taking the 1-0 lead. Again, ahead of myself there. I thought it was on a 2-0 lead. So that is ByuN just coming through and looking ferocious with that timing. Yeah, after the Reapers got cleaned up, I was a little concerned, but Rogue was not ready for, again, just the power of them Marines and the fact this was a 2-base commitment. And we'll jump into Alcyone here for Game 2. Bit of a bigger map then, so already kind of questions as to how that will look in terms of what ByuN opens with, but I think obviously when you open multi-rack Reaper, that is still possible on Alcyone as well. So we'll find out. This is ByuN's map pick as well, by the way, after Rogue picked to play on Crimson Court first. Obviously that's not gone well for him now, so not ideal. There's neither lobby links, they can join us. As ByuN really finding a way to just power up and fight straight through that. Rogue drops down on this first game, and ByuN will take the 1-0 lead here again. The second map right now. Get this underway. Alright, let's hop into it as we have ourselves in the top right-hand side, the player who is on top of this series. It is going to be the Shopify Rebellion's ByuN, our Blue Terran player. Bottom left-hand side, the red Zerg, we have Rogue. Kinda surprised we haven't heard more about a team of Rogue or anything, right? I understand he's not in the eSports World Cup, so he hasn't, you know, been... Oh no, he's on Team Falcons, isn't he? Yes, he joined the team with Bunny, yeah. I was gonna say, they've just been very quiet, though. And I guess that's probably because they picked up Bunny and Rogue, and neither of them made it to the eSports World Cup. Which is obviously a bit of a shame for them. But we'll have them on the roster for the upcoming year, assuming that we have SC2 at eSports World Cup next year, for example. I would really hedge a bet that Rogue would make it there if we had a similar system to this year, similar amount of players qualifying. I think Rogue is up there and good enough to be there right now. I mean, Rogue got knocked down on the qualifiers by like a single ZVZ or something, didn't he? So yeah, I think I think Rogue is just good enough. Yeah, Team Falcons, he joined them. Like you say, they kind of joined, it happened, and then didn't make eSports World Cup, and then kind of played down low and doesn't have a clan tag in game or anything. Usually helps as well, helps the casters remember. Two Reapers on the way up, and STV on the way out as we get this all on the go. Reaper comes back down to the bottom left-hand side. Ling Speed Queens and a couple of Lings all coming through. Lings will fight. Reaper will get chased a little bit. Wing speed is on its way as our Reapers will put that pressure up, and CC coming behind the factory as well. Obviously this is less barracks than last time, so less of a commitment from ByuN, less power on the damage being dealt. Reapers come back in, grenades drop down, Hatchery will take a few more shots. Hatchery will be going down in a moment, Ling speed finishing shortly. Let's get back to the high ground again. Ling speed finishing in just a moment, and that is going to give you a better defense here. But these Reapers, they got one drone there. Can we find an escape? Trying to slither out of the grasp of those Lings. We get one Reaper out, but yeah, two going down. And ByuN just slightly overstayed his welcome there, unfortunately, looking for those workers. Nearly got across and into the base there, but the depot raises just in time. Lang's going to get a good wall out the front. The factory reactor, the depot, going to be able to be repaired though, and so these Lings will just force a few SCVs off the line for the repairs, but nothing more than that. That will be the end of that for the moment. Your Squire CD, thank you so much for the 17-month resub as well. Welcome back. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's talk about swords on the side of ByuN. We get ourselves a couple more queens on the way up from Rogue. Takes an additional gas as well, so just setting up there. Looking for the future, obviously, being just droning. Now it's time to start trying to get some of that tech up and online as well. Would be great to get that on the way. And as the Reaper come down the bottom, +1/+1, Stimpak still coming through. Starport will land on the reactor, the Marines are going to be there, picking off the Ling. Melee upgrades coming about, the 1-1 upgrades are coming through. 4 more drones on the way up from Rogue as well, make it 5 as the Baneling Nest also starting up right now. Everything's gonna get it wrapped around. Rocks will take some damage. Have ourselves again the 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield continue to come in. Bane's coming through, the Lyra's on the way. Link's coming up. Big Hellbat Marine attack pushing through. ByuN again hitting just with ferocity. 1-1 upgrades to 0-0. Baneling's not ready, and ByuN's times at the moment are catching Rogue a little bit off guard as Banelings will finish. 5 of them will wander forward here. Hellbats are sent forward to do the tanking, and as those Banes go down, I think Rogue's chances in this game go down as these drones have to pull into the defense, and ByuN is just waltzing all over Rogue right now, dancing a Marine dance all the way to the semi-finals, unless Rogue can do something to stop him, because this is a 2-0 lead from ByuN, and he's done it with just clean, aggressive openers. And Rogue is not really finding a way to put up a fight, unfortunately. He is not finding a way to put up a fight at all, so a little bit rough there. And as we get ready for game number 3, our third map will be Oceanborn. But, yeah, kind of Rogue, you gotta do something, you gotta stop dying to this stuff. I mean, Rogue has been really good lately as well. I feel like we've been watching a lot of Rogue. He's been really competitive in the matchup. Have a look at Rogue's ZVT match history. Just, give you some examples of some of the players he's been taking down in ZVT. As I want to host this up. Yeah, Rogue and ZVT lately. Let me find this. So, it's ready. Perfect. We can start this. So 4-1 against Ryung, 2-1 against Ryung, 2-0 against ByuN, 0-2 Oliveira, 2-1 Oliveira, 2-0 Ryung, 3-0 Clem, 2-1 Cure. That's his recent streak that really caught me kind of like watching Rogue and being like, okay, this last month, 2 months, he's actually been really good in this matchup. 1 loss to Oliveira, as in the Summer Bash qualifier. But otherwise, he's genuinely been very, very good. So, kind of wild to see him just kind of bopping out of this one so far. Let's see if we can get him back on track and get this series back in line. In the bottom right, our red Terran player is going to be ByuN. On the top left, down 0-2. Blue Zerg is a Rogue. Just cannot deal with this Terran aggression so far. Something that needs to be fixed right now, because you're not going to get anywhere in this series if you keep on having those issues. We've seen our 3 barracks all coming up, so we're already going to see ByuN back to the very aggressive Reaper play. First Reaper's on the way up as we get this all started in. It's going to have ourselves the racks and the gas coming up on the side of ByuN. So that 3rd barracks, extra gas. And again, this all comes at the cost of the natural CC just being extremely late. So you got to get something done with these Reapers. You got to get some momentum building on your side. It's one of those scenarios where the Zerg is very rarely going to be able to defend a 3rd hatchery, unless the Terran ignores the 3rd hatchery to go and get a whole lot more done. Reaper fine, couple of Lings taking shots already. We do see the Lings still taking some damage. So we go back and forth. Let's see, the Queen's still fine. A couple of Reapers still taking shots. Gonna hop back up to the high ground. Lings are getting close to that Ling speed. We've only killed one Ling so far, which is definitely less than what ByuN would have been hoping for. Additional Reapers will be showing up soon, but like I say, time is ticking for that Ling speed, and once that Ling speed's out, it's going to be so much tougher for ByuN to find anything extra. Ling's moving about, that Ling's be coming through. The Reapers going to be firing. More grenade going down. Another grenade again. Reaper's going to keep moving. Lings. Well, this is where you obviously, as ByuN, try and figure out an escape. The grenades, I was going to say, we're getting better towards the end. The first couple were like a little bit, tiny bit just further out from what they could have been. Now we actually net ourselves quite a few Lings off of this. Stim pack and +1 starting up. Continue out again towards the top. Across they come as a couple of Queens. Overlords all coming through. The Stim pack and +1 coming in as well. Maybe this will put a little bit more damage onto that hatchery. So the hatch taking a few more shots. Reaper's trying to hit that Queen. Lings are going to try to come forwards again. Reaper's still trying to stay a little bit active here. Those Lings still getting chased away. And Reaper's continue to go after the Queens. Queen's still taking hits. Another Queen going down. Grenade again. Queen still taking some shots. Our Reapers really are stuck in this corner. They're going to be able to fight their way through the Lings for the most part, but 5 of them left. Now they try and make the escape. Tempting to stick around and get the Queen. We do. We can't jump down the edge here. So that is going to be the cleanup. I mean, the Reapers did okay. Just overall, it's still all the Reapers going down. That's all the map control you've had in the game so far. Disappearing very quickly. And that has to be a bit of a concern. Resources lost does favor ByuN, but of course it came at a later CC. He's once again on this just 2-base setup. Built into the starport right now. He's going to have Stim and +1 very shortly. That will be a very good timing window. Definitely opening up from ByuN once medevacs are out. Can Rogue do something about this? Can he fix his problems here? That being that's coming up to being about halfway done. A couple of Queens and a few drones still coming through as well. +1 armor coming up. Combat shields is starting. The extra medevac's on the way in. Bringing all of that by at the moment. Still pushing through, getting up towards the top left-hand side. Combat shield and +1 armor is on the way. As he starts to stim through, Group Tumors are going to go down. Banelings getting knocked at. I mean, this is the same issue as what Rogue has been facing all series long, where ByuN just shows up with the timing. And it's just too powerful. Banes will not reach. ByuN has just dismantled Rogue in this series. He has clearly figured out what Rogue is not quite on top against, and he's done a lot with it. Now, this is not obviously going to be as ending or as powerfully kind of damning as there has been previously, but it's still not exactly pretty for Rogue, who is still down an upgrade, has no sign of starting further upgrades, is at least going to get Bane speed on the way. Yeah, I guess ByuN is just on the 2 bases, so Rogue just needs to hang on in there, but I guess we will see. Might as well just pull another Queen, gonna take a couple of shots. And again, this is the power of this. I love the tank on the low ground, obviously a great position for that to be. As again, this is just Lings running in with an upgrade deficit. It's always going to be a good trade for Marines. If these Queens are low, they're not going to take a lot to get rid of them, and then you're going to be missing injects and all the rest. ByuN with 3-0 sweep, absolute shutdown of Rogue in this series. That is a shame, because Rogue has, as I quoted his match history, right? He's been freaking good lately. I mean, look at his results in the group stages, 3-1, coming out ahead of, I mean, he only lost to MaxPax, and even that was a 3-game series, but he beat Classic. He dominated Classic. And we saw how good Classic was looking today. And like I say, for me, Rogue's best matchup has been ZVT as of late. But not today. ByuN absolutely powering through. GG. So ByuN moves into the semi-finals. He'll be playing against Classic. That is not today, guys. That will be on Thursday. That's our final day of the competition. So ByuN versus Classic will happen on Thursday. What we're going to have next is Nightmare versus Lambo. So we're going to get that ready for some PvZ. So yeah, we're going to get that ready for some PvZ. We are a little bit ahead of schedule right now, so we're just going to go check with the players and see if they're still around to play this early. So we'll get that set up to go. Nightmare Lambo should be up next. We'll take a quick break on the stream and I'll just double check everyone's around and we can get this on the way. So I'll see you guys in just a few. We'll be back shortly for more Starcraft. Copy. Alrighty, guys. So we're just waiting for Nightmare. Obviously, this is a scenario where we are about an hour ahead of schedule because the last couple of matches have just been very quick. So obviously, players are usually expected to be ready to go a little bit early, but this is like an hour early, especially when it's like we've done 4 best of 5s in 3 hours. It's obviously extremely quick. It's just been that Oliveira ByuN series and then the Rogue ByuN series. We did all of that in an hour. The last 2 best of 5s took 1 hour complete, so it's not even like the first match of the day was super quick and then Nightmare was maybe aware of that. So yeah, we're just waiting for Nightmare. We'll give him some time to respond. We're not in an immediate rush, but we have messaged him to obviously try and get him here a bit faster. But we're still at the point where obviously he could just be in like a ladder game he was playing preemptively to the tournament and stuff as well, right? So yeah, we'll just give it a few minutes. We'll try and figure this out. Otherwise, how's everyone doing? Again, thanks for joining us. Sorry for what is currently a little bit of a delay. Hope you're all doing well. We're having a great time as we continue through. So just spreading some info. Like I said, just trying to I don't really have another way to contact Nightmare though, so I don't have another way to really do much here apart from just I can maybe go check the green server again. Yeah, we don't really want to give a walkover now. Plus, Nightmare did reply. He knows he's meant to be here, but like I said, it's an hour ahead of schedule, so yeah. Stormgate this evening? Not for me, James. Not for me. Oh, Nightmare's here. Perfect. Good. Not for me, but yeah. When's it come out? Like 2 hours from now? 3 hours from now? I don't even know. I assume it's gonna come out like 9 AM Pacific, maybe? I don't know. And not good, but you're gonna play some. Nice. Lambo finished third in his group, was another 3-1 situation, was just 1 map score behind Trap and Oliveira. Nightmare finished second over Spirit. Alrighty, I'm gonna kick this off, get this going. 7 PM BST, well, 4 hours from now? That's crazy. I do have an email with this information on it. I should have probably looked at her. Alright, so they're just going to try and figure that out, but Nightmare is here, guys, so we are just on the veto process now. So now we're not waiting endlessly, we are just waiting for the vetoes to actually be done. Which is nice. Hey, what's up, Hummy? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 19-month resub. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, it comes up at 8 p.m. CST. I guess that makes sense. A couple hours into the day for West Coast. The Frost Giant offices are. That makes sense. Alright, we're just waiting then for our videos to be done, guys. In a moment, we will have matches available for you. So thank you for a little bit more patience. We're pretty much there for Nightmare vs. Lambo getting going. And I've informed MaxPax and Spirit as well that the series is starting early, so they should be ready to play straight afterwards as well. So we are making progress, guys, to get back into the games. Thank you again for your patience. Get ready to go? Bum 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 bum. Just waiting for everyone to join us here. Should be good in a second. Last couple of people in game. And we can go into this action, guys. It is going to be Nightmare versus Lambos and PVZ. Coming up in a couple of moments. What's up, VTube? Maria? How am I? I'm good. How are you? Just waiting for one more caster to join our lobby. Just invite Indy, guys. He's BRB, I think. He should be back in a second. I can go. Thank you for a little bit of patience. Alright, looks like Indy's gonna just have to reload quickly. Just gonna get Indy to relog, and then we can go into this matchup then, guys. So again, thank you for a little bit of patience. Nightmare vs. Lambo coming up after this MaxPax versus Spirit, and that'll be us for the day. So 2 best of 5 still to go. Just waiting for Indy to come back here and join us, and we can go. He's having some Battle.net issues, not letting him into the lobby. Alright, Indy's here. And we're back. Goes gold, and we can kick off into the ZVP. Nightmare vs. Lambo. So I didn't get to catch Group C, but Lambo 2-1'd Goblin, 2-0'd Art, and he also 2-0'd Trap. Lambo's ZVP is always very good. Nightmare in Group D did not have any Zergs to play against, so we've not seen his ZVP in this competition. As we get this up and ready to go. Lambo Nightmare, best of 5 PVZ in the round of 12. The winner of this will play their follow-up match against Skillus, but that will be on Thursday. That will not be today. Today we just now, from here on out, finish off the round of 12 games. That's going to be how we do it. It's going to be where we go. But without any further ado, we have ourselves, in the bottom right side, the blue Protoss player. This is Nightmare. Taking on the top left red Zerg, we have Lambo. Off and away we go. Excited to see what we get out of this. I actually think we could be in for a very interesting set of games here, because like I say, Lambo has been very good in this matchup, and we kind of expect him to kind of stick with that up against Nightmare. I wouldn't say Nightmare is particularly super well known for his PvZ, so yeah, I guess we'll see how this turns out. Again, the rest of this event, so today we've got Lambo versus Nightmare, then MaxPax versus Spirit. The rest of this round of 8s and round of 4s will play out on Thursday, guys. That will be our final day of the competition. You guys can come about for that if you do so wish. Hatchcast and Pool coming in. Our Nexus and our Cybercore coming up from Nightmare as well. We get that underway. Probe moves up in toward the main base here for a couple of moments. We've seen a couple drones still coming through. And they're just going to transfer across toward the third base. Nothing too wild here straight away. Thanks to done. A couple of queens and drones coming about. Twilight Council building as well. And I'm just going to shade about, coming back around that right-hand side. So I got the Twilight Council coming in, probes on the way, Stalker and the Warp Gate coming up also. All of that continues to come on through as the Adept still shading around on the top. Robotics facility now starting from Nightmare. 2 probes, the Stalker coming through, the Warp Gate's halfway done. And knock a little inject down. The Adept continues to go across the map. Dark Shrine still coming up. Robotics facility coming through. Dark Shrine, the Robo facility obviously is going to be an interesting opener from Nightmare. Not something we do a lot in PvZ. Geralt does this a lot, is one of the few players I think of who really does this on a kind of frequent basis, kind of the DT drop nowadays. It's not as dead as it used to be, but it's definitely one of the less common ways to kind of get opened up. Obviously way less common than the Stargate. And a lot of the time the Twilight Council will just be an attempt at glaives or something similar, as the Lings will keep the Adept busy. The Overlord tries to poke through for some info, but with the Stalker there, I'm just going to decide to pull back. The Prism will provide high ground vision in a moment, but that will then delay the Prism going across the map if it wants to provide high ground vision long enough for a Stalker to kill the Overlord, so that's a decision you have to make on this one. Lings continue out to the left, going to spot the Warp Prism retreating away back to the top left. I say retreating away, heading up to the top left hand side. So Lambo's immediately aware of what's going on. Spores are on the way up, the Rotron building. The preparations are being made as Lambo readies himself to handle this warp in. Like I say, there's not going to be detection here straight away, but the spores are coming in, and they will be the detection necessary. Obviously no less, so we don't get overseers on this. Cryptima just finishes up in time to actually survive, and that's going to connect the natural and third, and immediately the lift on the DTs as the spore was in good position. Queens are there to put some damage on the Prism as well, trying to deter that from coming back in anytime soon. Obviously, he doesn't get anything but shield damage in this case, but not bad to try, because if you do get more than shield damage, then it does add up. Prism still just chilling out. Again, now we're Blink on the way. The DTs are going to get some shots on the Queens. The Spore is relocating. Queens did get to push the Prism a bit further back, but we cannot catch those DTs. Prism low though, 19 HP left. And obviously will regenerate shields, but it's going to make it very difficult for it to come and be involved in any fights. It's just going to be so easily targeted down. We have Blink halfway done with the third Nexus finishing and the additional gates coming online from Nightmare as well. These will drop down. We have some creep in the front that we can obviously now get rid of with an Observer here, so that detection will open options up for Nightmare, as he will just at least push some creep back is never a bad thing. Obviously, Lambo up on the lair tech is now able to have an Overseer, so he'll have detection of his own available. Obviously, detection that can move around a bit more easily than the Spore Crawlers. He's had detection, but it has been limited to those static defenses. Queen's pushed back, Prism gets chased away. We have the Stalkers here, a couple of Archons. And obviously this is where we're going to see if Lambo has enough to fight this. I actually think he might struggle a little bit here for the first few moments. Needs a little bit more of that Roach Ravager bulk. Focused on a fight, the Archon gets picked off. It's actually nice to get rid of an Archon. The fact that Prism's so far back because it's low HP, it can't afford to be in the front. So that's nice because it means that you can't just kind of sit there and micro. Stalkers still fighting, a couple of Queens. Getting set up. Stalkers will fight, there's a couple of Lings getting shot down. The Archon going to be setting up as well. Firing, just going to see a few more Queens getting shot. It doesn't look as though Lambo does have enough. I think like he was just missing a little bit of the Roach bulk he needed to really help him survive this. Just going to see a few more corrosive bars, but this one is as good as done. Right, we've got drones running around everywhere. The Stalkers, they won't die because they have the blinks. So they have so much utility they continue to utilize. So yeah, Stalker's going to get rid of the hatch. Just going to be seeing the melee upgrade coming about. Two more Lings coming through. Roach Ravager still coming up. Pylon coming in as well. Joseph Outland, Stalker gets hit. Roach Ravager's going to get blinked on here again. Just going to see another couple corrosive bars coming through. The Stalker's still getting chased away. More Stalkers coming up. We continue to chase around. We do have the Ravagers still getting hit. GG says Lambo though, and that one is going to come to an end. Kind of as we expected, as Nightmare just was obviously there with too much for a little while. Nightmare will strike first in this PVZ. Kind of felt like Nightmare didn't get much done early, but and it was the timing window he hit in was obviously very good. I think if Lambo had a little bit more ready, Roach Ravager rise at first. That's the problem, right? Getting enough of ready to go. Yeah, I mean, the DTs didn't really get through to do too much. He did kill one Archon off pretty early as well. Well, Nightmare gets himself a 1-0 advantage in this best of 5. As we are missing one caster for this next game. GLHF, go. Let's click the start game button and get into game number 2, then go straight into it. As we get this up and rolling. So, second game. As Lambo trails, now going into Alcyone. Can he bring this back? This will be his server preference, but I believe his opponent's map pick, actually, so... Alright, Nightmare leads by 1. Lambo, can we pull it back? We've seen, well, everything other than that Rogue ByuN series go to at least 4 games today. I wouldn't be against seeing 5 games in one of our best of 5s as well. You know, wouldn't be against that. Let's see what happens as we have in the top right. Our blue Zerg is Lambo. And in the bottom left, our red Protoss, up 1-0, is Nightmare. Alright, so this is game 2 of our series. What do we get going on here? But already taking the gold base to start us out is obviously a very interesting way to get things underway. Couple drones, Hatch Gas and Pool coming up. Forge on the way from Nightmare. Always fun when the Protoss decides to try and do a little bit of cannoning against this gold base. You set the cannons up on the other side of the mineral line, and you can't really do much about it as the Zerg because your spawning pool isn't ready or anything. Drones aren't nearby to really protect that position either, so yeah, this is a gold base which we are just going to try and play denial games against. That one will be done in a moment. Our probe is ready to drop down a cannon. The first cannon coming up as we get that underway. Hatchery just cancels, the cannons cancel, and Lambo will build a natural and third base on the usual locations rather than the gold, so that will be his follow-up to this. Of course, expansion is delayed from Nightmare because he puts the investment into a forge, and then the cannons, even if you get the money back off the cannons, it's still a little bit of a different expense. Get that Adept Chrono Boost now, so we'll have some presence on the map here on the ground. As Nightmare already has one Adept, but two Adepts obviously so powerful. Our ability to run by and one-shot lings or drones is just very, very good, so setting up to be able to utilize that at all makes a lot of sense right now as Twilight Council comes into play. Next is still on the way through. Warp Gate coming up as well. Lings are trying to find a wraparound on this Adept, and the Adept will take a few more shots. The Ling is able to chase that Adept down a little bit. Adept will shade. Over to the natural, sorry, excuse me. And we try and find some drones. These Lings trying to play catch up. Two drones dead, and the Adept shade out alive, so a lot of lost mining time. A couple drones dying anyway. Nice catches and nice movement from Nightmare so far. We do have Resonating Glaives building up here as well from Nightmare. So again, that Glaive's up and online. There's a few Lings is going to nibble their way through this pylon, trying to open this up and clean that out. Obviously, eventually can maybe go back towards having the gold base here, so that's another possibility that we slowly move towards. Extra gates, Glaives on the way. Interesting to see if just the early game, having been a little bit chaotic, is good enough to maybe catch Lambo off guard with his Resonating Glaives, because it's obviously not being kind of the usual set of timings or anything, so that should count for maybe a little bit of something to maybe come in and potentially cause some trouble. Adepts just making their way up through into the center of the map. Just coming in, and again the Dark Shrine coming up as a follow-up to these Glaives as well. So we're going to have just all of the aggression basically coming through here. Let's drop down a panel. Looks like we are going to get ready to build the third, but like I say, just all sorts of different ways of harassing. Those Adepts getting caught immediately though. Lambo at least turning this part of it around very easily. That part gets shut down with immediate effect. He's going to start doing some damage as the Spore Crawler just isn't ready yet. We are surrounding the Spore, so the Spore will get to come up, guaranteed. It's just a question of how much do we lose in the process. 3 drones, the Queen went down, a few Lings have gone down as well, which is already kind of guaranteed here. Three drones will end up dying. And now we just got these DTs continue to linger around in the prism. I gotta say, Nightmare, all the investments has not really hit as hard as I thought he was going to. Because of ours dropping, Prism going to move about. Just going to be seeing the blink and the extra gates coming up. Roaches and the Queen coming in. I think it's going to come running across down to this bottom side. Just going to come straight through here. But not going to find too much of an opportunity to dive further on this or to commit to it, so that will kind of stammer out for the moment. Ling Roach Ravages on mass production from Lambo. 46 drones. He's going to send this. There will be Blink available from Nightmare, but Lambo just doesn't think the investments made by Nightmare early have been good enough to give him the units he needs to hold on against this. So let's find out if just the Blink will be good, as we actually lose 1 DT. Did not pick up in that Prism in time. The Observer sees this attack coming, so we're somewhat aware of it. Roach Speed is moments away. Will obviously encourage Lambo's attackers. The Stalkers will start to get first few shots off already. Blinking back, but the Ling's going to wrap around now. Corrosive Files already could be deadly. We do have a couple of Ravages getting caught on the right side. Super Battery activates right in the background here. The probes are going to pull in, so Nightmare immediately recognizing he just needs to hold the hell on, and that the probes may just be required to do that. Now, Super Battery is not really in range of many of the Stalkers. We can obviously keep on blinking backward. 6 drones went down across the map. 14 probes have died here already, as the Roach Ravager has the Stalkers kind of backed up into a corner a little bit. A few more units streaming in from Lambo, but it just doesn't seem like it's good enough. The Blink Stalkers will continue to have efficiency on their side. Wow. Nightmare just popping off so far in this series. He's about to be on a 2-0 lead, as our playoffs so far today are apparently fast and ferocious. Not allowed to see... We haven't really seen one, like, longer game, really, have we? One of the PvPs earlier went 15-ish minutes, I guess? Not even that, really. It's been a day of shorter games, and this is going to be no different, because now there's not really any reason for Nightmare to stop attacking. He's already got momentum. He's got efficiency with the Stalkers. Nightmare will take a 2-0 lead in the best of 5, and Lambo is going to have to do some digging to figure out a way back out of this. Nightmare is able to, so far, establish a great position in this series. Game 3 coming up on Ghost River. Aggressive map for Game 3 as well. This is why I think Lambo might try some kind of a timing himself, but is that what you want to go for? Everything on the line here in the tournament? Ain't an easy choice to make. I'll get this sorted out in a sec. Alright guys, again, if you're enjoying the stream, do not forget you can follow the channel, you can subscribe, you can donate, you can cheer, you can use your Prime subs to subscribe for free. All of these things help us massively in terms of continuing to produce the tournaments and content that we've been putting on for you. So if you love that, if you love what you're seeing, do consider doing any of that. We are trying to get back towards 500 subs. It would be amazing if we could kind of find our way back towards that. So that is what we're trying to work on. Especially as we're back to being nice and consistent. And a moment here for the Lambo to join us. Fallen Ninja, thank you so much for the fresh new sub as Lambo and Nightmare ready up. Thank you so much, Fallen Ninja. Appreciate it. Sorry, I was trying to fix something. Oh yeah, thank you so much for the resub, and let's get into game for game number 3. Has not been a pretty matchup so far for our blue Zerg in the top right corner of Ghost River. Lambo is just not having the best of times here. Top left, our red Protoss is going to be Nightmare. Game 3 of the best of 5 series. What's up, Verbox? How you doing? Good to see you, mate. Easton as well. Good to see you guys. Thanks for dropping by today. Tune into some Starcraft, some playoff action here for the WardiTV Summer Bash. Oh, Chased. I'm trying to figure out if your name's Chase Doggy or Chased OGY. Chase Doggy. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much. As we get ourselves up, rumbling away. Next in the Cybercore coming through. Nightmare with, again, I feel like both games has kind of opened with a bit of a flop, but into something that's been very powerful for him. Obviously, the first game he turned his flopping DTs kind of into a big, powerful Stalker Archon attack. Game 2 is kind of Glaives didn't do much, his DTs didn't do much, and then Lambo commits to an attack which he has Blink ready for. That obviously goes a long way, that helps out a lot. Robo facility opening from Nightmare, so just going to be going down that route and something a little bit different. Robo and a Forge, actually very interesting. I'm a little bit shocked by it. I'm very intrigued as to what this turns into. I always feel like the Robo is such a weird opening for Protoss, because it feels like the Stargate and the Twilight give you such obvious advantages. The Robo, it's like you can get a Prism and some Observers. A lot of the time it doesn't necessarily allow you to do much. Yes, we will see. Link speed is just now finishing. Queen's still on the way out. Overlord coming through. Observer coming through. The Warp Gate building. Just one attack coming through as well on the side of Nightmare. And the Twilight Council also building from Nightmare as well. So continue to get that up and online. Observer just making his way out over the right-hand side. We do have extra gates just going to be finishing up as Nightmare has his Twilight Council as a follow-up to this. Is this just going to be kind of like an Immortal Charge attack, or are we going to see something more kind of established than that? As this Twilight Council finishes, we do have the money to build Blink, but we've already built an Immortals. I mean, Immortal Charge feels like a pretty reasonable way to go. Wouldn't hate it. Charge, whole bunch of extra gateways coming through as well. And all of those online currently. To Sentry, Wall Prisms, Zealots all coming in. The Charge and the +1 coming through as well. I mean, we're just going to send this on the two bases. Lambo needs to recognize it. As his left finishes up, he just needs to start spending money on the right things, right? That's pretty much what this comes down to, as the approach production has continued now. Guess we're going to have one more mortal. It's going to come across the map in the prism to speed up the process. Charge is about to be done. Like I say, for Lambo, it's just building unit time and just hoping he can get enough up to deal with this. 57 drones to 38 probes, so he has made a lot of workers here. A lot more than what you might have thought necessary. Couple of troop tumors already going down. We continue to the right side. And as we continue to this right side, there's a couple more crypt tumors. The Overlord is taking some nibbles and shots as well, so also taking some hits. Double corrosive files, and those force fields are going to be very useful here to try and keep things a little bit at bay wherever possible. Mortals, I feel like not really being powerful enough. We do have the lifts on the prism to keep them alive. Corrosive files will start to get to the prism, which means it has to dodge away. You can keep the Zealots going. The Zealots actually did great in the little corner there on the upper side of the screen right now, but it's just not good enough, and this attack is being shut down. If Lambo shuts this down, obviously he's in such a great position because of the economy I mentioned before. He has so much of that eco available that continuing to build up an army and continue to establish setups in this game should not come difficulty at all. Maybe another fast game though, isn't it, man? Hey, at least it's not going to be the end of the series because Lambo is absolutely looking great on this one. As Nightmare has, yes, done a decent job of the attack, but I think this was just a case of Lambo recognized what was coming. He got to a drone count that was kind of high, but was clearly comfortable for him. And that's very important. He had his units out when they needed to be out, so that was a big deal. We do have Roach Ravage still moving about. We've got an Immortal coming through. As the Bayonet coming up, more Roach Ravage coming in. A couple of Queens building from Lambo as well. Mobile's going to go down towards that ramp. Not much going to happen there. Bayonet's about to finish. Flings the Overseer. A couple more Queens all coming through. That Bane speed is continuing up as well. And Nightmare obviously is just going to send it one more time here, but he's up against a 50 army supply lead. His opponent's going to have some Banelands even mixed in, even if they don't have speed. A few Banes just in the front to obviously hit these Zealots. Stop the Zealots just being able to really charge forward. Again, you don't need speed for that, right? So that can be very powerful as well. It's going to really depower a lot of the kind of tankiness of this army of Nightmare, which takes away kind of one of its major strengths. It can be very tanky in the front. The Immortals get a chance to get a lot of shots off. Humber will be supply blocked as he loses Overlord, spread and creep out the front. He's going to start waddling forward. Force fields will come down, but yeah, a few free kills from Nightmare, but I don't hate that because at the end of the day, from Lambo, that's force field energy used. That's okay, it's going to regenerate, but slowly. Because I'll try and peel off the left-hand side. I'm trying to keep a lot of the Zealots back. You can see they're kind of stuck in the back right now. That is just a case of trying to protect them from Banelings. Every second that takes on 5 causes closer to the Banes having Bane speed anyway. As the force fields keep coming through, but we're just not making any progress as Nightmare. He needs to find a way to keep going forwards. He has, I guess, it's only a 20 army supply difference now. I just think these Banes are so freaking good. It's obviously so Zealot heavy on the side of Nightmare, so if those Banelings can just find a connection, that would be absolutely massive. I like to split away with a few Zealots off to the side, so we actually have a few Zealots around the right side also looking to get through. Banes actually get in here. Obviously, they can also try and connect onto the sentries, I was going to say. They do crash through a few of the Zealots there. And the Immortals have their barriers already popped. Now the Zealots from the right-hand side, there's a couple of Banes left over, and there's still some leaking through the Roach lines to hit those Zealots as well. sentry keeps coming about. Another couple of roaches getting knocked down. The Overseer taking shots. Roaches and Ravages push forward again, just getting on top of these Immortals. Immortals will keep on dropping. We have Corrosive Files coming down here, there, and everywhere. There are a couple of Zealots still dropping down. That was Nightmare's entire army. GG. Lambo will stay alive in this series. This will not be a 3-0. We have a little bit of life in our best of 5, as Lambo will fight back and take us towards game number 4. Okay, so we are going to fight back on Ghost River, and we get ourselves a victory. We get ready for Oceanborn now. Back to Lambo's server preference, as this time Nightmare's aggression just did not find quite enough. Lambo looked very comfortable this time around. Alrighty, we're just waiting for everyone to join us. Two players need to be in our lobby right now. Players ready. Let's kick off game 4 on Oceanborn as we bring this through. Can Lambo keep this series alive another game? Take us to our first game 5 of the day. Again, it's been 3-1s and a 3-0 so far. Can Lambo tie it up? Take us to game 5. It's been very convincing games. Like, whoever seems to, get ahead and to look good, or the defense or the attack starts working, it looks convincingly as though it's going to work. It's not been super close fights or anything. As in the top left, our blue Zerg player. Bringing it back to game 4, it is Lambo. In the top, in the bottom right-hand side, our red Protoss player is Nightmare. How long do I go today? The rest of round of 12? Just this series and MaxPax versus Spirit. The other round of 8s will be on Thursday, which is our final day, so we'll have 5 series on Thursday. 2 round of 8s, 2 semi-finals, and the finals. It's intentionally split like that so that we have a good few matches on Thursday. We get this game 4 up and running, get this underway. Launch gas pool coming up, get that Cyber Core. And Nexus coming in as well, Probe is on the way. Ready to go here. Get into our game number 4. Yeah, Lambo can bring this back. We get to game 5. Would be nice. We're super ahead of schedule right now, so wouldn't mind seeing 5 games before we get into MaxPax versus Spirit. Stargate opening from Nightmare. First time we've seen a Stargate, right? Definitely something A little different. A little different, yet obviously it's not really. It's kind of the norm, really. The links being brought through. Step coming about, Wolfgate coming up, Links be coming in, a couple queens and drones coming in. Have our Stalker hitting that Overlord for the moment. Overlord will go down, so Lambo's going to end up getting a little bit supply blocked. We'll show up and try and push back a little bit here, get some damage done. I'll go fight, a couple drones go down. We do have 7 additional drones coming up. The Queen finishing shortly. Obviously Lambo just dealing with these oracles for now, and we'll see what the follow will turn into from Nightmare, given a few more minutes. Only just our Forge build, and there's a Twilight Council too. We can get an idea how this is going. We'll activate to get ourselves the Roach Road and Evo Chamber still building up, so getting that underway as well. Continue to bring that through for the moment. So Oracle's still flying out over the far right hand side. A couple of those Oracles, 3 of them then gathered together. And none of them left at home, so all 3 Oracles out on the map. 4 additional gateways, plus 1 in Blink. Where does Lambo take it as he is up? Ready to tech himself. You're going to be a melee upgrade to start us out. I guess Lair will be the next thing on the agenda. I guess that's the next thing to really add into play at this point. Queens will be there. Oracles get shoved away. Just having ourselves the Lair of Lambo starting up. A couple more drones coming about. Our Overlord's finishing the melee upgrade building from Lambo also, so just getting that being brought through. Queens fight. The Oracles get pushed back. Lings, Roaches continue to go through. And that +1 and Blink coming in as well from Nightmare. Just have the Stalker coming about, the batteries coming in. Almost Stalkers is getting warped in as well, so they will come to the front and we'll start a wander forwards. A couple of batteries coming online. Just gonna cancel one though, as I think Nightmare realizes he's not under any pressure just yet. The Stalkers start onto the map. This is a moment where Lambo is building Lings, but currently does not have his melee upgrade. So we start a trade, and we do have a massive Lings counterattack, and I love that. That definitely takes away some of the efficiency of these Stalkers. On the other side, that are just going to kind of trade, blink back, and just keep that up forever, right? I think this puts us in a good direction. Those Stalkers coming back to the middle here. Revelation goes down. Lings chased out over the right-hand side. He's coming across again, just trying to knock the stack defense down. I love that Blink actually blocked a lot of the Lings for a moment. We got a lot of the Lings as they run away, so that takes away the value of what Lambo is doing. He's trying to avoid some kind of forward fights. And still take some losses here. Does knock down the pylons and the forward gateways that we're setting up, though. He's going to try and find a wraparound again. Love the Oracle that's just active overhead, adding in some damage. The Lings continue to get wraps on these Stalkers, though. And these Lings are absolutely shredding the Stalkers once they get the wraparounds and they just don't have Blink available. Some Zealots showing up, but I love it. The Lings continue to chase the Stalkers down, leave the Zealots to the Roaches. Great fight for Lambo, great shutdown. Definitely what we need to be seeing at the moment. We're just still trying to come through. Stalkers and a couple other units going to come back over. ByuN's going to be finishing on in a moment. ByuN's going to start wandering up. The Zealots taking some shots. Our Roaches and Lings continue through. Stalkers going to get chased down that left-hand side. A couple of other devs getting picked away. The ByuNs now are going to have probes that are stuck in this bottom side. So Lambo has a way to do a lot of damage. He knocks down the batteries. Those ByuNs still without speed, but he does start connecting on a few probies. A few Stalkers on the 6 o'clock are going to be in trouble as the Roaches and Reinforcing Lings try to overwhelm the rest of this Nightmare army. These Stalkers in the center, well, we're trying to push through them right now. A couple more still getting warped in. +2 melee finishing. Baneling speed about to be done. Roach coming forward again. Stalker still taking some hefty shots as we continue to go through this. The Banes trying to come around that left-hand side. He's going to be fine shot at. Cannon gets picked off. It's going to be seeing a few Stalkers continue to go down. Our Roaches and Lings continue to come about. GG says Nightmare, and Lambo will take game number 4. We are right back in this. We're going to 5 games. Hey, we finally get a series. It's been fast games, but at least we get to go to 5 of them. Simeon, my man, how you doing on the 5-year resub, 60 whole months? Thank you very much indeed as we go to Amphion to round this series out. So one final map here between Lambo and Nightmare to see who gets through to the round of 8. Lambo has brought things back under his control here. Definitely getting this series to settle down a little bit for himself. That's big. It's absolutely huge as we wait to go. Suvarsky. Thank you so much for the Prime. Suvarsky? I probably murdering it, but thank you so much for using your Prime on the channel. Much appreciated. Thank you for supporting. As we get ready to hop into next game is going to be Amphion. We kick this off. In the top left-hand corner, our blue Zerg is Lambo. Taking on in the bottom left, our red Protoss Nightmare. So, my final map between these two to get this underway. And we'll take it down. Who will get through to that round of 8 to play against Skillis? Will be Lambo for the European Showdown. Will be Nightmare for the PvP. Has been again the has been a very fun series again. Like I say, aggressive series, very back and forth and very one-sided. That doesn't make sense. Back and forth and one-sided. One-sided in each individual game, but very back and forth, obviously, then throughout the series, or, well, maybe not even that. I guess it was 2 Nightmare, and Lambo has brought it back. Yo, D-Madcat, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 28-month resub on the Prime. Stupid ads are getting in the way. Take my Prime sub. Hell yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Campo Chess, as well. For the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Wardy, do you have knowledge of future patches or StarCraft 3? Yeah, I was just in a meeting the other day about StarCraft 3. Tell me about, you know, the races they're going to include and how it's going to look. About all the microtransactions to afford the units. Really can't wait for the free-to-play premium StarCraft 3 experience. It's gonna be great. I had this really interesting idea where to use, like, basically they're gonna have Marines and Stim because it's iconic to StarCraft, but every time you Stim, it costs you real money, which is really good because if you think Stim's pretty broken, at least you know that the guy that's using it against you has to pay real money to use it, right? So yeah, pretty great. It feels good, man. I was gonna say, are they just gonna charge like a monthly kind of like subscription fee to play Protoss? And they were like, absolutely. The other 2 races are free to play. The Protoss, you have to pay like $12.99 a month. Otherwise, everyone's gonna play it. So yeah, very excited for the exclusive StarCraft 3 meeting I had. Real talk, I actually have no idea if they're gonna patch. I assume we're going to have another StarCraft 2 balance patch at some point, but I have no idea at what point that is at, if that's close to happening, if it's far away or anything. I have absolutely no clue. Sorry. Stim is free, but healing from medevacs is more expensive than Interceptors. Well, it depends. It depends what you do. It depends, because you can actually just get health insurance for your Marines, and then the medevac healing is free or at a discount. If you don't get health insurance and you actually need to heal them up, yeah, it's nigh on unplayable, I would say. Voidray activates, the drone already taking some damage. It's going to be a Spore Crawler. And a second Stargate on the way from Nightmare, so that's going to be very interesting. So yeah, second Stargate from Nightmare, definitely an interesting route, not what you usually expect. Especially as he's opened Voidray first as well. That Voidray now is not going to be able to do too much extra as it kind of gets shoved away up that left-hand side. So getting chased out of there. Now we're building 2 oracles at a time out of these Stargates. That is so interesting. Quarter activates, a few Lings getting chased back up the right-hand side. Again, the lag going through. Drones, Lings, Overlords will continue to build. Our Depths will continue to move about a little bit as well. It's going to be 4 oracles now stacked up in this main base. What a wild time for Nightmare just to go and pull something completely out of left field into play. Oracle's going to move about. Just going to be seeing that Spire is on the way up currently, bringing that through. Oracle's going to dive forwards. Voidray is actually going to take some shots, but here are all the Oracles, and this is where Lampo's going to be like, what the hell? He does retreat back to a Spore, and honestly, collected Queens and a Spore together Gonna do a lot. This score as well. Put some work in. The Queens make their way over. 7 drones go down. This doesn't feel great for Lambo, but I gotta imagine that, you know, you gotta think of this as well as, hey, he just made that many oracles. He doesn't have a whole lot of anything else. We'll keep moving about. A couple of Void Rays coming through from Nightmare. Charge and the +1 continuing in as our Void Rays will get settled. +1 missiles, road speed coming through. The Oracles will activate, and our Queens it's going to get jumped on, and we have a few mutas coming up, which I like a lot for these Oracles. That's going to shut down a lot of this. Now, so far, Nightmare's established a good supply lead, but I wonder if the mutas come out, they clean up the Oracles. If they do clean them up, things might start switching back again. More Voids coming about, +1 charge on the way. 3 bases from Nightmare setup across the bottom side. The problem with the mutas is they might be very good against what you've got, or what you're up against right now, but with double Stargate, obviously your opponent can make Phoenix, so he will be able to get an answer to these mutas up and running eventually. Like I say, I understand the mutas because I feel like they are a good way to clean up the Oracles and pretty much everything else that's here right now. Phoenix will start. 4 Void Rays, though, going to chase this back. That's a lot of charge lots on the ground as Nightmare looking to make it a PvP quarterfinal in his section of the bracket. He could have an all PvP showdown on the bottom portion of the bracket, to be honest, as Void Rays will get active and try and fight these mutas. The Zealots are going to be an issue. They are just everywhere right now, running rampant. Absolutely rampant. Oracles getting some extra kills here. 33 drones have already gone down. Lambo against another game where it just feels as though whoever kind of gets off to the races is just going to take it all home. It's going to be a dead base on the right side. Drones dead all over the place. The Ling Muta is not going to be that scary because you're up against someone that's making the Phoenix now, right? So I just don't think there's enough counter-attacking potential in here for Lambo, who needs to kill 30+ workers to equalize this game. A weird build from Nightmare. Weird build. More Phoenix on the way, more Archons on the way, making it extremely difficult for these mutas to turn the game around. And it is game 5 of this series. This is the last chance for everyone included. Things run up, an Adept in the wall. Ling Muta gonna come through. Archon's gonna get jumped on, but they're not really powerful enough here. The Phoenix, there's so many of them. GG's. Nightmare will advance on through to the quarterfinals, where he will play a skillless in a PvP on Thursday. And like I say, it could be all PvP in the bottom half of the bracket because MaxPax is going to be playing against Spirit. And, yeah, that's obviously, I mean, not guaranteed for MaxPax, but definitely feels good for MaxPax as, yo, ByuN, cool. Thank you so much. Says long time lurker. Thanks for the endless entertainment. Wardy hype. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the £5 donation. You guys are very generous on the donations today, guys. I think we had more donations today than we had in the last 3 months combined. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. As we are getting ready to go into MaxPax Spirit for one final match of the day. One more best of 5. That's all we've got. We've had some fast series so far, guys. So it's been moving quickly. As Illusion85, thank you so much for the 1 year of resubscribing as well. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Gambam? Sure. Here you go. I'll put this up. I'll take a quick break, as you just need MaxPax to log in still. I got that ready to go. And I'll see you guys in a few. We'll be right back. Vetoes are beginning for MaxPax versus Spirit. Final best of 5 for us today. It has been, like I say, a little bit of a faster than expected day. Sometimes it'd be like that, a couple of faster best of 5s. Even the 5-game series was not super long. Less than an hour for all 5 maps. Skillless Nightmare will open the games on Thursday. That'll be followed by Trap versus the winner of this series. As our first game is ready to go. No. What am I missing? I'm missing Indy. We need it. Alright, get Indy in here. And get going on this as just a sec. The players are very eager to start, as you can tell. So they are very ready to go. I just need Indy to return and hopefully get this actually started up. Thank you, Dave, for the 23-month resub as well, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. As you get this MaxPax Spirit series pretty much ready to begin. Like I said, just missing a caster. You missed the doggo, you did indeed. Alright, so we're going to kick off into MaxPax Spirit, guys. Thanks for a bit of patience. We're ready to go. MaxPax can start us off when ready. Get this up and rolling. Alright, let's get this underway, guys. Oceanborn coming up. As we get into game number 1 of this best of 5. In the top left-hand corner, our red Protoss is going to be MaxPax. Up against the blue Terran in the bottom right, we have Spirit. And this best of 5 gets underway. So let's see what we get. Let's see what happens. As we have this final series, the winner of this plays Trap in the round of 8. And Spirit compete with MaxPax today. Which might be interesting. MaxPax obviously would be a favorite, but Spirit has absolutely continued to level up and doing great lately. Let's see what we get on this one as we get our players into some action. MaxPax bringing a probe down the map here to start us off. Going to be a starting point early on just to see a little bit of what's going on. Trying to see what's up. Probe nibbles at that SCV. Let's just have, again, the gateway coming up, barracks coming in. And the orbital coming up, cybercore building. Obviously, this probe just trying to pick up information as I come across the map here early. He's just trying to see a little bit of what's going on right from the start. SCV will nibble at the probe, and the Marine comes down here, and that will be the probe, I think, dead. Don't think I can get out of this one. It gets one nibble on the Marine, one on the SCV. Is actually substantial because that means that the Adept would two-shot the Marine or SCV here. So the probe actually getting a nibble on both those does have some value. Which, like I say, is maybe not quite expected. You think, what's the probe nibble going to do? But yeah, actually can be impactful in this situation. So just something small to note. It might not come into play at all. But we will see. Reaper comes in after the Marine. And the Adept already starting to shade out onto the map. So that's going to be coming across the map in just a couple of moments. Heading down the bottom right-hand side. Try and see what's going on. Let's see the grenade going off. Reaper going to get bounced around for a few moments. The Marines sitting tight as well. Now you're seeing the Reaper still chilling. A couple of Adepts are going to come back through. And obviously these Adepts will try and find a little bit extra as... There we go. 2 Adepts, one shot that SCV. It came into play, and 1 Adept finish off there. So actually some trouble having had Spirit. These Adepts just sitting in his mineral line and absolutely causing this to be a problem at the moment. Just causing issues. As these Adepts will continue to shade around, trying to see what else we can get on top of. Coming over, going to be a cyclone there as well. Adept gets locked onto. Still got ourselves the robo facility coming up as the blink's on the way. Extra gateways. MaxPax ready to hit the next stage of this with the blink pressure and to really kick it up a notch when it comes to trying to deal some of this damage. So getting that ready to go. One Stalker peels off the side. That blink's still coming through. Blink's about to finish. Prism on the way up. And that War Prism coming through. The extra barracks and the engineering bay coming through as well. So we continue to get all of that established. Prism and the Stalkers then. Let's see if they can do anything for MaxPax. He's going to be approaching the bottom side here in the next couple of moments. Raven finishing, and as that Raven finishes up, let's have ourselves the Cyclone dropping on this side with the Widow Mine as well, so the probes can't really pull in to deal with this. It's actually pretty nice. Good target fire as well, forces a different probe to split apart, as we do see probes fighting that, and that is a cleanup. At the same time, Stalkers show up. They're going to find an unsieged tank and a siege tank. Took a little while to get the tank that was sieged. The Marines are going to struggle to push through. SCVs have to be pulled to be the front line, and that's going to be an important part of this. The Stalkers blink down to the low ground, escaping away for the moment. And for now, at least, that will be that, as a few extra Marines are still coming across. These Stalkers are still taking damage. SCVs still taking some shots as well, as a starport will land in a moment off to the side. And as Marines keep going down, this seems pretty bad. 21 SCVs dead. Marine count still dropping. MaxPax and warping more Stalkers. Still microing great with the Prism as well. Continuing to get a lot out of this. Every extra SCV he kills is just a bonus. Really doing a lot for himself so far. Fantastic job, I would say, at this point. So yeah, so far so very good. Stalker's now at the front. Gonna go after the bunker and against a few other bits and pieces. Let's try and break our way through here as we do have, again, 26 dead SCVs. Damage really is done. Stimpack finishing shortly though, and Spirit will at least be alive in terms of biopower, but will he have enough of it to really make any difference? Because again, you can kind of look at this right now and realize this is looking pretty darn good for MaxPax. 80 to 50 supply. Gonna get rid of the starport here. Nothing's in position to defend this, so that will just fall. I mean, there is a siege tank there. Do we want to dive on that? Not really. Marauder's about to have stim. You'd be blinking into Marauders, so that isn't fun, but yeah, I mean, you're already establishing a great position just by taking out the starport, and I think I gotta be careful with some of the tank fire, but we're actually gonna find a position here where we can get rid of this new this factory. New siege tank will go down instantly, and Spirit just says, GG, this one has gone too far, and he can't recover from it. MaxPax opens the series with a 1-0 lead in the best of 5. So MaxPax gets off to a 1-0 start. In the matchup, and get this on the way in a few moments. Do 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 do. Alrighty guys, we are loading up. Site Delta for map number 2. Let's see if Spirit can turn this around, or if MaxPax is going to send us through to that PvP only section, bottom portion of the bracket. It would mean that we are guaranteed a Protoss in the finals of the tournament. Top left corner, our red Protoss play here is MaxPax with a 1-0 lead. Those Stalkers were just not being stopped. As in the bottom right, our blue Terran player is Spirit. Game number 2, once you get this up and running. Probe is going to come across the map, and MaxPax doing what I feel like you might just do a lot of in this series, those Blink Stalkers and so on. Probe is going to come across, SCV is going to get nibbled at, the other SCV fighting as well. SCVs will fight, Probe will take some damage. Typical Nexus and the Zealot still coming up. Probe still coming by. He's going to have a Reaper and a Command Center still coming through as well. That you were thinking about it, 3 racks would be better for defense. The problem with 3 racks is if you get kind of whittled down a little bit, you can only stim so much, right, defensively. And that's kind of the power of the 3 racks when you get that stim online. But if you have a way to kind of force a couple of stims, then that army becomes very depowered, very quickly. Becomes pretty difficult, honestly. So it's still coming down the bottom side, just trying to see what's going on. Marine fighting, Reaper chasing. The Marines and the Reaper together will get rid of that Zealot. The command center is going to get finished up here as the Adept continues to come over as well. Oh, grenade going down. Reaper and the Marines are going to chase this Adept deep into this main. Adept shades back across to the top. And Step just keeps on hitting, man. It's going to go down finally to that Reaper. They do have Blink on the way up, by the way. So Blink coming through. The Warp Gate still coming in. The Starport building from Spirit as well. A couple more SCVs are coming out. Step shades away. Cyclone will not be able to catch it. And these guys are still trying to make some pressure happen. Obviously, the Marines are sitting in the bunker chilling. As the tank pops out, we will have the medevac and the opportunity to potentially take units of Spirit across the map here, so that will become an option. And Blink finishing up in a sec. I love this engineering bay, creating this kind of wall across this side, so if this was the kind of an aggressive Blink, you would not be able to kind of move forward after blinking into the base. Engineering bay, finishing up in a moment. Gun charge coming up. Plus one stim going through. And Spirit not going to be under attack at all. MaxPax is taking a nice quick third base. Yeah, he took Blink, but taking the third base, not looking to be aggressive this time. And then following up straight into charge. It's going to be very gateway unit heavy here. MaxPax setting up right from the get-go to establish a bit of fighting power right now. And we've seen that factory still coming up. We get ourselves the add-on still coming in as well. I see the Stalker still chilling. Observer moving out a little bit. The Stalker's able to get the medevac, able to come through that. Going to be seeing our charge and our +1 both still on the way up, getting that all underway. We have our, again, +1 in combat shield coming through, the Viking, Marine, Marauder all coming out. Bio gathering from Spirit just in the main base, and still getting established here as our Colossus is on the way up, our +1 attack coming through. Nexus build and these few Stalkers going to go getting aggressive on this other side. Putting some damage onto that bunker for a moment or two. They're going to absolutely trap these Stalkers, and those Stalkers are going to regret that attempt as there's going to be a few losses going down. We got a handful of SCVs, but we lost 8 Stalkers in this game. Resources lost massively in Spirit's favor. It's going to be tough for MaxPax to survive and attack across the map at the moment, especially if he's going to keep on trying to counterattack. He is not going to have a lot of army to really just sit there and defend with, so it's going to get very interesting very quickly. Charge forward. Wouldn't mind goes off, hitting one of those zealots straight away. Prism around the right side. Viking will come over to zone the Prism. Would be nice if we can catch that. You can just see MaxPax's army does not look big enough at all. 20 army supply down. One Colossus only. Doesn't have extended thermal lance. So can't even sit at a super safe distance. Now Siege Tank will get taken out here. It's just ByuN remaining. Can MaxPax make this fight work? He's killing SCVs, by the way. That Zealot counterattack is coming online. Is that Colossus? I was going to say, don't tell me the Colossus gets out alive. Please turn something around to kill it. We do in the end. But MaxPax is going to hold that fight. He honestly maybe could have saved the Colossus if it just ran away. I think he just gave up on it because he expected it to die already. And Spirit just did not capitalize. He let it get so many shots off when he could have been forwards and getting more. Fresh Mule just got denied by a single Zealot. Still in this mineral line as MaxPax turning this game completely around. Up in workers, up in army supply. And now with multiple, now with Colossus and extended thermal lens on the map, going to be looking better than ever. Wow. Well, this Colossus just kind of walks into the army, so that doesn't help MaxPax. As he still has just Zealots everywhere, and he's going to get a lot more SCVs, but maybe going to donate a bit of army there. Oh, massive warp into the main base. Well, the ByuN over on this side is going to continue to fight. Those few Sorgers going down. The Immortal, I thought initially was target finding Marauders, now it is. It will go down too as the Zealots continue to stay busy. 15 more SCVs have died. It's a 30 worker lead for MaxPax now. I think he's just going to kind of close this out with a honestly, we're just kind of warping in masses of Zealots. I guess the Prism is gone here, so this is going to be the end of this for the moment. But yeah, it's not been a pretty one for Spirit, who is in danger of going down 0-2 in this game. MaxPax with a 40 worker lead. His ability to turn games around just with you solid control and micro is really just impeccable. I mean, it's just so good watching him play. Dude is really just one of the very best out there. We've seen our ByuN here, going to get some counter damage to know. We do get a few probes. I mean, this is where Spirit might still be okay, just because MaxPax doesn't have as much army, but I don't feel like there's an answer to Colossus, so if the Colossus get involved, it's going to become difficult, that's for sure. ByuN moving about, a couple Zealots keep moving through. We do have +3 attack and +1 armor on the way. ByuN was going to get there, knocking down a pylon as we go as well. The load up is in view of the observer, by the way, so MaxPax sees it. That Stalker's in position immediately. Takes him forward. We're actually going to try and jump on the Colossus. One goes down, but the other two will survive. Can the Marauders take a step forward? Super Battery activates. Try and keep a few units up and running here. Spirit, last-ditch effort for him. He doesn't have the SCVs to keep going in this game consistently. And it's going to be MaxPax to take the 2-0 lead and a map away from making it a PvP bonanza in the bottom half of this playoff bracket. Happy ByuN versus the Protoss World as we get into that final day on Thursday right now. MaxPax hosting up game 3 for us as he's a map away from closing this out against Spirit. This is a game I think like Spirit had opportunities and good moments in, but just couldn't keep himself there and put himself in some trouble. We're missing one caster. No, we're missing Spirit. That's who we're missing. Okay. Just waiting for Spirit here, guys. Get this underway. Spirit's ready. Just waiting for MaxPax to click the go button. He's been hosting up the games for us on this last series, so see what happens as we go into Game 3. MaxPax 2-0 lead, looking to take down Spirit and move into the quarterfinals in our last match of the day. Gonna be in this in just a moment on Alcyone. Let's see if Spirit can fight back and well, give us a little bit more of something to chat about in this. In the top right-hand side, Red Protoss is going to be up 2-0 MaxPax. Taking on the blue Terran in the bottom left, we have Spirit. Alright, well, MaxPax, Spirit, I think especially, can we turn this around? Because there's definitely moments for Spirit which I think like he could have done well in that game, but he really fell apart to the Zealots. That became difficult. Definitely makes it tougher. Yeah, the Assimilator coming up, probe on the way through. Probe nibbling, SCV taking some damage. So we do have Quackster coming in with the 3-year resub on the Prime. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much for 3 years of resubscribing. There's a couple of SCVs nibbling at the probe here. This probe taking some damage. Nexus and the Cybercore continuing through. Factory coming up from Spirit, bunker on the way. And it's established here early. That Twilight Council coming up on the side, and MaxPax, Spirit coming through as well. Things set up for the moment. Go back and forth, the Adept and the Reaper dancing about. Hellion coming up, Reactor and the Orbital coming through, Warp Gate and the Blink coming about, Stalker, Probes, Gateway, continue to build. And going just for the moment here as we do have the two Adepts into the mineral line then, so they're going to try and cause some trouble. Sort of thing that MaxPax has been up to all series long already. Few more shots, but not much going down, well defended. Here by Spirit, able to play clean up there pretty swiftly, pretty comfortably. Marines, the Hellion continuing through. We will get that Adept taken out, so that will fall. Going down. And let's do have a couple more Stalkers continuing to get warped in. Those Stalkers coming about, we'll see the Reaper and the Hellion continue to go back down through the center. Blink is about to finish, and as Blink finishes up, our Prism coming through, our Nexus builds from MaxPax. You'll see another probe on the way by. Make it 2. MaxPax is going to the 3 bases, so as this Prism out, can absolutely start to try and get a little bit aggressive here. Let's see what he does. Stalker's warping in, obviously looking to utilize their Blink. And just try and create some sort of an edge as we go up to the 3 bases. Lemming C, thank you so much for the 16-month resub. As the Stalkers come through, 4, 5 SCVs going down immediately. Great start for MaxPax. Kills the refinery as well, no cancel there. Stalkers will relocate from this, but that is, like I said, already a great start. Spirit working on his stim pack and combat shield. No third CC on the way, so might be trying to hit something, or make something happen off of them upgrades. And take a third behind it, perhaps, possibly. But, the priority right now is absolutely on getting set up onto the bio. Starboard is not building a reactor, by the way, which is a bit funky, as we are going to lose combat shield, so there goes that. A couple more Stalkers going to warp in. This position in the main base going to be annoying as we just sit from afar and chip through some of the structures here. There is a tank a bit further to the south, so we can't kind of just completely dive on everything, but just going to force some repositions. Kills the reactor on the starport immediately. It's 50 gas wasted, man. MaxPax is just leveraging an advantage right now. Thanks down Stalker back, keeps it alive. The Prism going around into the natural, by the way, as well, so the Prism will be over to the natural. Try and drop 4 Stalkers off and get some damage done. Sorry, we do have a third CC from Spirit. I apologize. I thought he was... Oh, we lose the Prism. That's a mistake. I thought he was actually only on 2 bases, but the third was actually in the main. It was just not quite where I thought it was on the minimap. So he does have a third base. I guess that makes sense for him not having Starport reacted Medivacs up. MaxPax just taking full control of this. Prism coming around, charging +1 coming through. A Robobay and a couple of extra gates coming online as MaxPax will see this army. Obviously lost a Prism, so he's going to have some of that extra micro potential that gives you. Actually losing a few Stalkers there as he stands and fights. 14 workers ahead. And on his way to that charge, there is the new Prism coming across the map as well. Get back over to the left. Prism loads up. Stalker's blinking in the main. Supply depot will get taken down. Uh-oh. Yeah, he realized what was going on. He has to recall there. He only loses 2 of the Stalkers as some Zealots actually get on top of a siege tank. I'm going to say if we can kill that, that would be amazing, but there's just not quite enough damage output to get there. I mean, MaxPax is not exactly having the cleanest of games. He's definitely bled out a lot of Stalkers so far. The Spirit has lost even more when you add it up. All that damage done early and everything, the SCVs lost and so on. He's now obviously on his way to Colossus, those popping out. You see Ghost Academy coming through from Spirits. That's going to be a big aid for him. Absolutely stand by that as the Zealot Stalker pulls back in towards the bottom side. Fourth base just flies over here, but there's actually an army here. Is it enough of an army? That fourth base is going to die, isn't it? Stalker's just going to blink on it. Colossus stops the Marines from coming down the ramp, and that'll be good enough. Prism's into the main base at the same time. The Spirit is starting to face many problems here. SCVs are going to start going down. He's supply blocked. He lost his fourth. Going to lose SCVs, and MaxPax just getting little bits done. Dark Shrine on the way, so he'll have even better harassing options in the near future as well. MaxPax has a 5th base to the top side of the map. Just going to see another scan coming down. Stalker, Zealot, Immortal Colossus gathering up as well. Well, Biotanks, Ghosts continue to gather. Shadow Strike coming in, +2 attack and +1 armor coming in. Disruptor and a Colossus building up here from MaxPax, so he's just getting an extra Colossus, then into Disruptor production, which is going to be obviously amazing for you. Definitely going to keep you in a good place as our army comes down bottom and actually stops the Medivacs from moving out onto the map. So we'll shut that down straight away. MaxPax been threatened in this position for a while, obviously found the 4th base there originally. Let's start fighting, gonna see a couple of depots, gonna start going down. It's gonna be seeing our army moving about. Zealots are gonna continue to push through. MaxPax maxed out and believing he might just be able to end this right here and right now. Colossus goes down. The Zealots are still charging forward. A siege tank on that ramp going down as well. Actually, a couple of those tanks going down. DT's mixed in there. Actually out of scan range at the moment. It's going to need another scan as they blink deep into the main base. Units on the 3rd are just unsieged and all over the shop as well, as MaxPax is just causing chaos. Kind of very similar to what happened last game, right? The chaos was really a bit too much for Spirit to stay on top of. And it all seemed to come crashing down from there as charge through again. These tanks are just not doing anything. They're not target firing anything kind of super useful or anything. I mean, here they try to get rid of the Colossus, and the Colossus will die as the Disruptor shot will fire up the ramp but not hit too much. There's so many reinforcements, my goodness. Super Zealot heavy, yes, but again, it's just so many SCVs going down. Spirit is just being attacked on all fronts at the moment. Game is called, series is called, and that is going to do it. That will be that. GG's MaxPax 3-0 over Spirit. It's been a day of fairly convincing games. I mean, I think the PvPs at the start were probably some of the most competitive. ByuN really once ByuN lost the first map against Oliveira, he steamrolled through him, Oliveira and Rogue. Nightmare and Lambo, each individual game was kind of one-sided. I guess it was a 3-2 series though, and MaxPax just stomps his way forwards. MaxPax plays Trap in the quarterfinals, guys, so that is going to be where the bracket sits. We will continue this on Thursday. So on Thursday, we will be doing this order. We'll be going Skillers versus Nightmare, Trap versus MaxPax, and then we'll be going into the winner of that in the round of 4. And then we'll go to the top side, semi-final with Classic versus ByuN, and then into the grand finals. So that's going to be coming up tomorrow. No, sorry, not. I keep saying tomorrow. It's not tomorrow. It's on Thursday. That's when we're going to wrap this up, the 1st of August, brand new month, and we'll have our finals of our WardiTV Summer Bash for you guys. So there you go. That's all going to be coming up on Thursday for you. Thank you so much for watching today. I guess, sorry, it was not as long of a day as we hoped it would have been. I wanted it to be a bit longer myself, but such is the way of things. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Like I say, we'll be back on Thursday for more action. And yeah, if you guys enjoyed, obviously do hit the follow button, the like button, all the bits and bobs, the subscriptions and all the rest of it. It all helps. So yeah, yeah, check all of that out. And I will see you guys. Yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Serve ads on the outro. We'll host someone up, and I'll see you guys later. You guys have a great day. And if you're gonna play some Stonegate tonight, enjoy it. See you guys later. Bye.